has said that the reckless threats and baseless rhetoric of the United States President Donald Trump resulting from repeated military failures will not affect the continued offensive operations of Islamic fighters against American and Israeli targets, nor will erase the humiliation of the United States in West Asia. Now, the spokesperson further claimed that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy forces have struck the Israeli container ship SDN-7 with a cruise missile, causing a large fire after its destruction. And the U.S. amphibious assault ship LHA-7 also came under heavy fire and was forced to retreat deep into the Indian Ocean.
نیروهای دریایی و هوافضای سپاه پاسداران پیرو اعلامیه‌های حاوی اخطار قرارگاه مرکزی خاتم الانبیا صلوات الله علیه از صبح امروز در موج 98م عملیات وعده صادق 4 به فضل الهی عملیات‌های تهاجمی خود را علیه مقرهای فرماندهی، عملیاتی، لوجستیکی و زیرساخت‌های صنعتی نظامی آمریکایی و صهیونیستی ترتیب دادند. در بخش نخست این عملیات در صبح امروز رزمندگان نیروی دریایی سپاه کشتی کانتینربر SDN-7 متعلق به رژیم صهیونیستی را با موشک کروز هدف قرار دادند که پس از انهدام دچار آتش سوزی گسترده شد. ناو بالگردبر آبی خاکی ارتش تروریستی آمریکا با شماره بدنه LHA-7 مورد هجمه پرتابه‌های تهاجمی قرار گرفت که پس از این موج مجبور به عقب نشینی تا اعماق اقیانوس هند شد. شمال و جنوب تل‌آویو، مراکز راهبردی در حیفا، شرکت‌ها و کارخانه‌های شیمیایی در بیروسب و محل تجمع نظامیان صهیونیست در پتختیکوا مورد اصابت دقیق موشک‌های بالستیک غیورمردان هوافضای سپاه قرار گرفتند. در بخش دیگر عملیات‌های تهاجمی، مرکز تولید مشترک پهپادهای رژیم صهیونیستی در امارات و تعدادی از هواگردهای مستقر در پایگاه الگسالم مورد اصابت دقیق پهپادی و موشکی قرار گرفتند. در مرحله دوم موج 98م پایگاه العدیری آمریکایی‌ها در کویت مورد هجوم حملات موشکی و پهپادی نیروی هوافضای سپاه قرار گرفت و در پی این اقدام محل نگهداری بالگردها و اسکان نیروهای متجاوز ارتش تروریستی آمریکا منهدم شدند. مراکز تجمع و کنترل فرماندهی پایگاه ویکتوریای آمریکا در بغداد با عملیات‌های موفق و قدرتمندانه مقاومت اسلامی عراق مورد هدف مؤثر قرار گرفتند. 5 محل اختفا و سازماندهی گروهک‌های تروریستی در مناطق شمال عراق نیز پس از شناسایی اطلاعاتی مورد حمله پهپادی مؤثر قرار گرفتند. دلاورمردان ارتش جمهوری اسلامی ایران در یک عملیات دقیق و برنامه‌ریزی شده با بهره‌گیری از پهپادهای انهدامی در ساعات گذشته پایگاه الخرج و کمپ العدیری تروریست‌های آمریکایی را زیر ضربات پهپادهای انهدامی آرش 2 قرار دادند. استقرار هواپیماهای آواکس E3 و پهپادهای MQ-9 حکم چشمان آمریکا در منطقه را داشته و با توجه به استقرار این نوع هواپیماها و هواپیماهای سوخت‌رسان در پایگاه الخرج، این پایگاه نقش کلیدی در پشتیبانی عملیات‌های آمریکا را دارد. با توجه به استقرار واحدهای زمینی، نیروهای ویژه و واحد ویژه بالگردی نایت استالکرز، کمپ العدیری واقع در کویت نقش مهمی در عملیات شکست خورده دشمن در جنوب اصفهان را داشته که اکنون زیر ضرب حملات دقیق ارتش قرار گرفته است. مدافعان آسمان ایران در ارتش و سپاه تحت هدایت و کنترل شبکه یکپارچه پدافند هوایی کشور در ساعات گذشته موفق به سرنگونی یک فروند پهپاد اوربیتر در کرمانشاه، یک فروند پهپاد
And viewers, we are getting another big breaking news where Qatar's foreign ministry has confirmed and slammed Israel's Al-Aqsa mosque raid and calls for international action. And in fact, the Foreign Affairs Ministry has released a statement. The statement reads that the state of Qatar condemns the storming of Al-Aqsa mosque by the Israeli National Security Minister under the protection of the occupation police, considering it a flagrant violation of international humanitarian law and a provocation of the feelings of Muslims worldwide. Now, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Qatar also affirmed that Qatar's categorical rejection of attempts to undermine the religious and historical status of Al-Aqsa Mosque. And the ministry also reiterated that Qatar's unwavering position is there on the just cause of Palestine and the legitimate rights of the brotherly Palestinian people, including their full right to practice their religious rights without restrictions and to establish their independent state within the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. So, a big statement by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Qatar calling the raids carried out by Israeli forces on the Al-Aqsa Mosque. We are getting you the visuals of the raids that were carried out at the Al-Aqsa Mosque and a detailed statement by Qatar Foreign Ministry. Remember viewers, Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem is the holiest site in Islam, and this is a big statement by Qatar condemning the raids. And viewers, in a major political flashpoint, the Rajya Sabha chairman has rejected the opposition's move to remove Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar. Now, the decision comes after a high-voltage push by opposition MPs, but the motion has now been ruled out of the very first stage. Take a look at this detailed report.
A big setback for the opposition in Parliament. The Rajya Sabha chairman has rejected the notice seeking removal of Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar. The motion, backed by several opposition MPs, was not admitted after the review. This effectively stops the process at the very first stage. The opposition had accused the CEC of partisan conduct and irregularities in electoral processes. In fact, this was a rare and unprecedented move, with notices submitted in both houses of Parliament. But after a detailed examination, the chairman ruled that the motion did not meet the required criteria. The Lok Sabha Speaker too has rejected a similar notice. The decision now shifts the political battle outside Parliament, with the opposition likely to continue its attack and the government holding its ground. The bigger question now, is this the end of the road or just the beginning of a larger political showdown?
And viewers, nearly a year after the horrific terror attack in Pahalgam that in fact stunned the nation, the valley is still carrying the weight of that tragedy. Now, while security has been heightened and the valley is slowly returning to normal, the memories of that day remain deeply etched in the minds of locals and survivors. Key tourist spots are still shut and the emotional scars are far from healed. Our correspondent brings you this ground report from Pahalgam, revisiting the horror, the terrorism, and the long road to recovery. Take a look.
Pahalgam, a place once known for its serenity, became the site of unimaginable horror on April 22, 2025. An attack that didn't just take lives, it shook the soul of the nation. Today, as April 2026 marks nearly 1 year since that tragedy, the memories remain as raw as ever. While security has been strengthened and the situation has improved, key tourist locations like Baisaran and Chandanwadi remains closed.
ये जो ब्रीथ सब है प्रेशर आप टेंशन मत लो
मेरे पति का बच्चा लो
हम बचा देगा कोई बात नहीं भाई तकरीबन
The road that leads you to the Baisaran Valley, now this road has been closed for the tourists, but up till this point the tourists are allowed to go for horse riding, and that is why you see many of the horses that have been parked here and they are the locals one. But this is the very place, the same road where from the rescue operation were carried by the Indian Army, by J&K police, by the locals, because that time locals, some 14 to 1500 people, the Godiwalas, the Poniwalas, the ATS walas, they all rush to that very spot to rescue the ones who were injured in this very attack.
अरे नहीं हम लोग
To understand what really happened that day and how deeply it affected the locals, Republic spoke exclusively to those who were among the first to respond.
बैठो आप सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं।
हमने आज तक वो जैसी डेड बॉडियाँ कहीं नहीं देखी हैं, ना हम देखना चाहते हैं। ये मंजर मुझे आज भी आ रहा है कि जो ही हमने कहीं औरत को बोला आप चलो हम आपको घोड़े पे बिठा के नीचे भेजेंगे, तो उन्होंने एक हमें जवाब दिया, तो वो अभी हमें अभी भी लरज रहा है कि दिल में कि सदमा आ रहा है। उसने कहा कि हम दो आए थे, अकेला हम कहाँ वापस जाएंगे, हमारा जो पति है वो गिरे पड़ी हुई है, हम भी मरेंगे मगर हम यहाँ से नहीं जाएंगे।
आप लोग कहाँ से आए हो?
For locals, the attack unfolded in minutes, but the chaos felt endless.
आपके बच्चे कुछ नहीं करेंगे।
जैसे हम लोग ऊपर की तरफ जा रहे हैं, कुछ लोग बीच से अलग अलग रास्ते पकड़े हैं शॉर्टकट में, कुछ लोग बाईसरन पहुंच गए, कुछ लोग यहाँ से टूरिस्ट आ रहे थे, वो लोग चिल्ला रहे थे, हम उनको बोले आप डरो मत, या यहाँ से सीआरपी आर्मी जा रही थी, मतलब उस टाइम तो वही हालात थे। और वो लोग जब आर्मी को देखते थे, सीआरपी को देखते थे, वो बहुत चिल्ला रहे थे कि आप लोग हमारे सामने मत, हमें मारो मत।
टूरिस्ट चला रहा था,
टूरिस्ट औरतें चला रहे थे, बच्चे। लेकिन हम लोग उनसे ये बोल रहे थे कि दीदी आप घबरा मत, या बहन आप घबरा मत, ये इंडियन आर्मी है, ये आप ही को बचाने के लिए है। तो वो लोग बहुत डरे हुए थे, मतलब इतने डरे हुए थे कि वो बात ही नहीं समझ पा रहे थे हमारी कि ये बोल रहे हैं कुछ।
With no immediate medical support, locals became rescuers, breaking pipelines for waters, risking their own lives to save strangers.
जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन हुआ ना, वो तो हम लोगों ने जो डेड बॉडियाँ थी पहले उनको वहाँ जमा किया है हम लोगों ने, क्योंकि वहाँ जो ज़ख्मी थे पहले उनको बचाना था। जिसकी जान चली गई थी तो उसको फिर रेस्क्यू करना या 10 मिनट में पहुँचाना जो उससे इम्पॉर्टेंट है जो ज़ख्मी था। उन लोगों को हमने कुछ लोगों को घोड़े पर लाया है, कुछ लोगों को कंधा पर लाया है जो ज़ख्मी थे, और जो डेड बॉडी थी उनको हमने बाद में ETV वगैरह और ट्रैक्टर वगैरह लेके जिसको नीचे किया हमने।
As news of the attack spread, the entire town came together, not just to rescue but to resist.
जिस तरह से भी वो वाक़ा हुआ था वो बिल्कुल गैर इंसानी था और लोगों ने उसको बुरे नज़र से देखा। जब वहाँ से लोग आए जिनको रेस्क्यू किया गया था, जिसमें ख़ास तौर से जो हमारी बहनें थे जो विडो हो गई थी वहाँ पे, तो जब हमने उनको देखा उनके आंसू थे, उनके आंसू नहीं आ रहे थे, हमारे आंसू आ रहे थे। बहुत बुरा लगा। मैं अपनी आपको दिल की बात कहूँ, मैं कई दिन तक सोया नहीं वो देख के। ख़ास तौर से मैंने वो हरियाणा की एक लड़की को देखा था, मैंने उसके कपड़े साफ़ किए थे खुद, जो जिसका वो शायद ऑफिसर था एक, वो उसका हस्बैंड, वो भी वहाँ पे मार्टियर हुआ था, शहीद हुआ था।
Even today, the impact is visible. Tourists visit, but many return the same day, hesitant to stay overnight.
बेहतरीन सिक्योरिटी है, पहले भी थी। इस तरह के इंसिडेंट से अनफॉर्चुनेट बदकिस्मती है, लेकिन हम दुआ गो है कि इस तरह के इंसिडेंट्स हमें देखने को न मिले कभी।
1 year later, Pahalgam stands resilient, but for those who lived through that day, these are not just memories, they are wounds that still haven't healed.
And now viewers, shifting our focus to some news from West Bengal. Ahead of West Bengal Assembly elections, nearly 90 lakh names have been removed from the voter list following a major revision exercise, with only cases cleared by judicial officers retained. Now, pending cases with the appellate tribunal will not feature in the elections. Meanwhile, the chief electoral officer is now touring sensitive districts to review safety and security and law and order arrangements, aiming to ensure a smooth and credible polling process. Take a look at this detailed report.
Nearly 90 lakh names have been deleted from West Bengal's electoral rolls ahead of the assembly polls, with 63 lakh removed from the final list and 27 lakh struck off after adjudication. Only cases cleared by judicial officers after verification have been retained or re-included. Pending cases before the appellate tribunal will not appear in the election cycle. About 45% of names were removed during the revision, while 55% of the adjudicated case were successfully incorporated into the revised voter list. The tribunal has heard 3 to 4 urgent cases, including some referred to the Supreme Court, but full-scale hearings are yet to start due to the pending software for proceedings. The tribunal will prioritize cases with unverified documents and may examine existing records or request additional documents, though no clear timeline has been announced. The Chief Electoral Officer will visit sensitive, violence-prone districts to review the security and law and order measures, meeting local officials to strengthen the public confidence in the electoral process ahead of the polls.
And viewers, we are getting a big breaking news from the state of Manipur, where Kuki groups have attacked villagers with bombs at Throngloi. Now, this is a bomb attack that took place at Throngloi in Manipur. The bomb was launched by Kuki groups, resulting in a critical injury of a minor child in Bishnupur district in the early morning at around 1:05 a.m. on 7th of April. The bomb was fired when the child was sleeping with his mother. This is a big news that you're tracking. An attack by Kuki groups in Bishnupur district, significantly escalating the situation in the state. The attack took place at around 1:05 a.m. when the bomb was fired into a civilian home. And in fact, we are also getting to know that a critical injury also took place to a minor child in the district when this attack took place. The mother, who was sleeping with them at the time, also reportedly sustained injuries. All right, I have my colleague Johnson with us to get us more details. Johnson, a big attack by Kuki groups on villagers with the help of bombs. We are playing out the visuals. What is the latest on the condition of the child and the mother?
Yes, there is a very unfortunate incident. Since 3rd May, this Throngloi has been a hotspot and one of the main targets of these Kuki armed groups. And yesterday, during the midnight, around 1:30 p.m., the Kuki groups, they have attacked this Throngloi area using this long range missile, which is also called locally made rocket launcher. So at first, this mother and the two child sustained injury, but now unfortunately, the two child, one is a 5-year-old boy and one is only 5 months old girl. They have succumbed due to the serious injury, and now there is very huge tension in Moirang area, in Throngloi area. The oil tankers that came towards this Sutarpur area have been burned down, and even Moirang police station have also been blocked by the public of this Moirang area, and now there is very huge tension. Recently, this Kuki armed group have directly attacked many of these Tangkul villages. Not only the Tangkul villages, but also they have directly targeted and they have directly open fire towards the Indian Army post bunker that was located in Throngloi and Pahalgam area also. So this is the very breaking issue. This is a very breaking matter. And Chief Minister Imam Kemtan have recently visited to Ziribam, meeting with the various IDPs and also various communities, appealing for peace. But just after his return yesterday, today early morning, these Kuki groups have started open firing towards this, Maitai village Throngloi, and also houses were damaged, and still the mother is in a serious condition, and the two child have been, deceased.
Right, Johnson. And this location that we're talking about, it is situated near the border of the hill areas of Churachandpur, which is essentially an area that remains a high flashpoint throughout the ongoing ethnic conflict. And we're also playing out the visuals. Are we hearing anything from the authorities so far? We are also getting to know that BJP MLA from that area has responded to the incident in calling it a heinous act. All right, we'll try and get back to him, but these are the visuals, viewers, that we are playing out on your screen of the attack that took place in Manipur. 2 children succumbed to their injuries. Mother also sustained grievous injuries. 2 children, we are talking about a 5-year-old boy and a 5-month-old sister. They were killed in the explosion. The bombs were thrown by Kuki fighters. attack taking place at 1:05 a.m. when these children were sleeping along with their mother peacefully, and this transpired. The visuals of the attack at the village in Manipur that we're getting you, the aftermath of it, and of course, the heart-wrenching visuals of the children who succumbed to their injuries after these explosions. Taking place in Bishnupur district, an area, in fact, which has seen sporadic violence in the past as well, various attempts at maintaining the ceasefire, but violence continues in the state of Manipur, and this time around, Kuki fighters throwing a bomb at this village. Taking a short break, coming up, Donald Trump threatens to destroy all Iran bridges, power plants in 4 hours if there is no deal.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर मसाला
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
Character, the taste of success.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's a great honor to be with you, and happy Easter. We had a great Easter. This is one of our better Easters, I think, in a lot of different ways. I can say militarily, it's been one of the best. So, good afternoon. We have quite a bit to discuss. We'll go into pretty good detail. And we have the people that are most involved. We'll give you exactitude. And we're here today to celebrate the success of one of the largest, most complex, most harrowing combat searches. I guess you would call it a search and rescue mission ever attempted by the military. Generally, when planes are knocked down in war, especially when you're fighting a strong group, an evil group, you can't really do this because you send in 200 men to pick up one, and it's something that's usually not attempted as much as you want to attempt. And bad things happen to that one or two. And in this case, we did two, and it might not have been attempted before, but we did. And we had great talent. We got a little luck too, I would say. And we were helped by a lot of people, a lot of great people. And it was an honor to be involved with it. It's very historic. This is a rescue that's very historic. It'll go down in the books. Late Thursday night, an American F-15 fighter jet went down deep inside enemy territory in Iran while participating in Operation Epic Fury, where we're doing unbelievably well, well at a level that nobody's ever seen before. The entire country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night. Both members of the crew ejected from the aircraft and landed alive on Iranian soil. I immediately was asked to make a decision. I ordered the U.S. Armed Forces to do whatever was necessary to bring our brave warriors back home. A risky decision, because we could have ended up with 100 dead as opposed to 1 or 2. It's a hard decision to make. But in the United States military, we leave no American behind. We don't do it. Within hours, our armed forces deployed 21 military aircraft into hostile airspace, many flying at very low altitude, being shot by bullets. You bring rifles into play when you're going that low, but there are also certain advantages. And in broad daylight over Iran for 7 hours, at times facing very, very heavy enemy fire. We have a helicopter that's got a lot of bullets in it. It's amazing. We just realized how good those weapons are. Our machines are. Nobody has the equipment that we have, and nobody has the military that we have. Not even close. We're the most powerful military anywhere in the world by far. The flight crews and warfighters aboard those aircraft took extraordinary risks to rescue their fellow service members. This first wave of search and rescue forces successfully located the pilot of the F-15, and he was extracted from enemy territory by an HH-60 Jolly Green II helicopter. Fabulous machine as our warriors faced gunfire at very close range. It's amazing that when you look at the machinery, what happened, that nobody was even injured. Meanwhile, the second crew member, a weapons system officer, highly respected colonel, had landed a significant distance away from the pilot. When you're going at those speeds, even if you go out 2 or 3 seconds later, it's miles and miles away, because you're going fast. He was injured quite badly and stranded in an area teeming with terrorists from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps rough group, as well as besieged militia and local authorities. Many, on top of everything else, they told the communities actually within inside of Iran, the people of Iran, they were given a tremendous incentive to find this pilot. Despite the peril, the officer followed his training and climbed into the treacherous mountain terrain and started climbing toward a higher altitude, something they were trained to do in order to evade capture. They want to always go as far away from the site of the shoot down. You want to go as far away because they all head right to that site. You want to be as far away as you can. And he was injured, and he was an amazing, amazing thing. He scaled cliff faces, bleeding rather profusely, treated his own wounds, and contacted American forces to transmit his location. They have a very sophisticated beeper-type apparatus that is on them at all times. And when they go out on these missions, they make sure they have lots of battery space, and they're in good shape. And this one worked really well, amazingly, saved his life. We immediately mobilized a massive operation to retrieve him from the mountain holdout, and he kept going higher and higher. The mountain kept getting rougher and rougher, and really very, very hard to find. The second rescue mission involved 155 aircraft, including 4 bombers, 64 fighters, 48 refueling tankers, 13 rescue aircraft, and more. We were bringing them all over, and a lot of it was subterfuge. We wanted to have them think he was in a different location because they had a vast military force out there. Thousands of people were looking. So we wanted them to look in different areas, so we were scattered all over like we were right on top of them. We had 7 different locations where they thought, and they were very confused. They said, well, wait a minute, they've got groups here, they've got groups there. It's an amazing thing. I was listening to these great people, these great generals. General Raisin Kane was amazing, and Pete Hexit was amazing. But I listened to the whole thing. It was pretty amazing. So they had all these different sites where everybody thought he was located. We think we have him over there because they have 9 planes circling a little area that's 25 miles down the coast. So in a breathtaking show of skill and precision, lethality and force, America's military descended on the area, the real area, engaged the enemy, rescued the stranded officer, destroyed all threats, and exited Iranian territory while taking no casualties of any kind. The heroic F-15 weapons system officer had evaded capture on the ground in Iran for almost 48 hours. That's a long time when you're in tough shape and when you're bleeding. It's a long time. When we left, as you probably know, we had 2 large planes, pretty old planes that carried a lot. We needed a lot more equipment going in than coming out, obviously, because going in, we needed to be able to scale mountains, and we had a lot of equipment. But the sand was sandy, wet sand, so we thought there may be a problem taking off because of the weight of the plane, and then we also had all the men jumping back onto the planes, and they got pretty well bogged down, and we had a contingency plan, which was unbelievable, where lighter, faster aircraft came in, and they took them out. We blew up the old planes. We blew them up to smithereens because we had equipment on the planes that, frankly, we'd like to take, but I don't think it was worthwhile spending another 4 hours there taking it off. So we didn't want anybody to have, we have the best equipment anywhere in the world. We didn't want anybody examining our anti-aircraft and other equipment. So these were large planes that were old and pretty old, and we blew them up. And we had faster, lighter planes come in, and they were able to land on the sand. We needed the bigger planes because we had so much equipment that we needed. We took 3 helicopters over there, which were very strongly used and couldn't have lived without them. They did, and they performed unbelievably well. And if you'd see it, you wouldn't believe it. They came off the plane, and these guys had them. The rotors were off. They rebuilt these helicopters in less than 10 minutes. And that was one of the more amazing things. These are helicopters, small, unbelievably powerful, but small, very small, so it can get into certain areas. And they got them off the plane, and they rebuilt all 3 of them in a matter of less than, I would say, less than 10 minutes. It's pretty amazing what the genius of these people. Who would think that? You'd think it would take 5 days to build them. And in some companies, it would take 5 days, and they wouldn't do it well. But they served us well. As Commander-in-Chief, I never forget the extraordinary risk taken by the warriors that we send into battle, and the genius. I mean, think of it, having a contingency of 3 planes waiting because we think the sand is so bad that we probably won't be able to take off. And the planes really got bogged. The sand was, this was not much of a runway. This was a farm, not a runway. It's a farm, but it did the trick. But to have a contingency as opposed to having to wait 2 days, can you imagine right in the middle? This was central. This was right, you would call it central casting if you were doing a movie for location. And probably the toughest area of Iran where we'd be sitting there. So these planes came in, those pilots came in so fast and so quick and got out of there. Everybody got aboard and just got 15-minute intervals. 1 load out, 1 load out, 1 load out. It happened, and we were watching, and we said, "That's amazing." It's in many ways, I was almost more impressed by the contingency that we had than the fact that if we would have had a runway or decent soil. But it was an amazing thing. But we thank God for every single one of them. And the talent, the genius is not even talent, it's genius. It's the whole ball game, every one of them. If you look at what we did with Maduro, we went into a military compound, a massive, with thousands and thousands of soldiers, and within a matter of minutes, and he lived behind iron doors. There were steel doors, broke them down so quickly, and within almost minutes, he was in the back of these planes. It was a similar group, incredible. We have incredibly talented people, and if the time comes, we move heaven and earth to bring them home safely. We're going to bring our people home safely. I want to thank every member of the U.S. Armed Forces involved in these historic operations. They really were historic. It's just not something that's done. And you'd understand it. Not that they don't want to do it, but when you're going into areas, when you look at these helicopters, when you look at the amount of bullets and everything else that they took, when you go into these areas, you don't come out like we came out. God was watching us, I tell you. Well, it was the Easter, we were in the Easter territory, I guess, but God was watching us. Amazing. Because when you look at the machinery, they took damage. It tells you, first thing I said is, these are unbelievable machines, how they flew back and not even much of a problem. But these two extraordinary rescues, because it was two, and as you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour, and then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker. We're looking very hard to find that leaker. And talked about there's somebody missing. They basically said that we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information. So whoever it was, we think we'll be able to find it out because we're going to go to the media company that released it, and we're going to say, national security, give it up or go to jail. And we know who, and you know who we're talking about. Because some things you can't do, because when they did that, all of a sudden, the entire country of Iran knew that there was a pilot that was somewhere on their land that was fighting for his life. And it also made it much more difficult for the pilots and for the people going in to search for him. All of a sudden, they know that there's somebody out there. They see all these planes coming in. It became a much more difficult operation. Because a leaker leaked that we have one, we've rescued one, but there's another one out there that we're trying to get. So actually, the country, Iran, put out a major notice, you all saw it, offering a very big award for anybody that captures the pilot. So in addition to a hostile, very talented, very good, very evil military, we had millions of people trying to get an award. So when you add that to it, but we have to find that leaker because that's a sick person. Probably didn't realize the extent of how bad it was. I can't imagine that the person did, but we're going to find out. It's national security, and the person that did the story will go to jail if he doesn't say, and that doesn't last long, and I think everybody would understand it. They put this mission at great risk. They put that man at great risk, and they put the hundreds of people that went in looking for him, because everyone now knows that we're going in. Over the past 37 days, America's armed forces have carried out more than 10,000 combat flights over Iran, unheard of, striking more than 13,000 targets. The F-15 we lost last week was the first manned aircraft downed by the enemy in this entire operation, with thousands and thousands of flights. They got lucky. It was a lucky hit. You know, eventually you get lucky. But we got lucky too because we got both of them back. But it's a record that is unparalleled in the history of military air operations. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's such an honor to be involved with it. We were up late at night, and then we were waiting for those contingent planes to come in, and we said, come on, let's go, get in, because they're waiting out on this farm without a runway, with wet, crummy soil, sand, mostly sand, wet sand, and it eats planes alive, and we're waiting, and we're saying, I hope that one can land and take off. And they came in like magic, boom, 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 one after another. It was like genius. I'm so impressed by that. Because we were a little concerned. We said, boy, if they don't get in and get up fast, we're sitting in them. And that's called Iran Prime, right, General? That's That's where the whole bet is. And here we are sitting there waiting for a plane, but they came in so fast and so hard, and these guys knew exactly what to do. Let's go, come on, get in, let's go, blah. They came one right after another, not at the same time. They don't want to come at the same time. They had to come right after each other. They didn't have any room. There was barely any room to land. Tiny little patch of very wet earth and sand. So I'm so proud of the people that I have standing up here with me and many others that worked. I mean, so many. Steve Witkoff's over here. He's doing fantastically. Jared Kushner. But the people that are here, the job they did is amazing. And I think I'm going to introduce the head of the CIA, and he is a man he's central casting, okay? If we cast a movie, he's going to play the head of the CIA. He's one of the few. John Ratcliffe, he did a phenomenal job that night. He did something that I don't know if you want to talk about it. If you want, you can. I'm not sure you're supposed to. I'm not going to talk about it. But the CIA was very responsible for finding this little speck. It's like they used an expression on one of the shows. A general was talking about, it's like finding a needle in a haystack, finding this pilot. And the CIA was unbelievable. And you may, if you can, you'll talk, it might be classified, in which case I'd have to put him in jail if he talks about it. And I don't want to put him in jail. He doesn't deserve that. So, John, do you want to say a few words? Thank you. Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. And these two gentlemen have been, from day one, they've been perfecto. You know, I got to know General Kane in my first term because he was able to take out ISIS in 4 weeks instead of the 4-year projection that was given to me by other much lesser generals. And I said, you know, if I ever do this again, that's going to be the head of my Joint Chiefs of Staff. And we worked it that way, didn't we? It's amazing. He took out ISIS. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. I was told it would take 4 years. I flew to Iraq to find out with the greatest equipment in the world, why would it take 4 years? And he told me, sir, it won't. It'll take 4 weeks and you'll have time left over. And that's exactly what happened. So he's great. And Pete, all I can say is that he was treated very unfairly. And now those same people that treated him unfairly, that fought against him, they called me up saying, what a great choice he was. They said, well, what happened during his nomination? What happened to you? I'm telling you, people that were not for him, senators, friends of mine, sir, I don't think you're doing the right thing. Now they're calling me up. What a choice. These two guys are fantastic. And John Ratcliffe was incredible. It was actually their genius that called us from, he was 40 miles away. And he said, you know, we're seeing something moving up in the mountain. This is at night. And they kept the camera on him for 45 minutes. It wasn't moving. And they said, you know, probably wrong, but we're seeing something moving. This is a vast mountain, vast, thick, with bushes, trees. He said, we see something moving 40 miles away. It was the head of a human being, I'm telling you, it's moving. And then all of a sudden, 45 minutes later, he moved a lot. Stood up, and they said, we have him. And that was really the beginning of something incredible. We had an idea where he was, but not specifically. That's a big mountain. So I want to thank the CIA, too. I don't think they get enough credit for the great job they've done. Yes, please. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this great opportunity. Country, it has super army. You make a difference, Mr. President. Thank you for your greatest leadership.
Thank you.
I have 2 quick questions, Mr. President. What was your reaction when you learned that Kurdistan region had resumed exporting oil to the international market with your support as United States of America?
Well, I expected that. We've gotten along with the Kurds for a long time, so I expected that.
Another question, what would be your reaction if the Iranian people rise up against their regime during a ceasefire, Mr. President?
Well, they should do it, but again, the consequences are great. I mean, they were told, if you protest, you will be shot immediately. You saw what happened to the young wrestler. He was a great champion, by the way. He was a great wrestler, one of the top in the world. and he and his two friends were hung. And all they did was say a little bit about liberty. They wanted liberty, and they were violently executed. But the number is up to probably 45,000 people were killed. So, you know, when somebody stays in a house, when they know if they walk out of the house to protest, they'll be immediately shot and killed. And they issued that, you know, that was publicly issued. It's not a secret. That's why so many people say, oh, well, why are you doing this way? We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. You know, we got regime change, we do. We're dealing with a much different regime than before. We're dealing with different people. They're smarter. I think they're sharper and far less radical. We have regime change, but we didn't do this for regime change. We did it for the fact, and my view was very simple. I saw somebody said, oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is. You know, they want me to say, here's my plan. We're going to attack at 9:47 in the morning, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to... And if you don't do that, they say, I have a plan. These people know what the plan is. Everybody here knows what the plan is. But it's very unfair to say, we don't, because I don't mind being insulted. I've been insulted for many years by the fake news, but you can't... It's so bad for people that are so pro. You just saw two great, and John Ratcliffe, three unbelievable people. They have a plan. Every single thing has been thought out by all of us. But I can't reveal the plan to the media. So, you know, but we're just thrilled by the success of this operation. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to, and it's suffering, they would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot. Remember the great woman protests where they had 400,000, 500,000 women, and they were all enthused and they were going to protest, and everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, 5, 6 different areas. A woman would go down right between the eyes. They had snipers. They had 5 snipers. That's all it took. And those 400,000 or 500,000 women said, oh my God, what's that? Oh, look over there, what's that? A woman shot right between the eyes. And after 5 or 6 of them go down, then you start hearing the purr through the vast number of people. And then they said, oh my God, who would do that? And they're incredible people, but they've lived so horribly. They've lived so horribly. You know, Iran was a great country if you go back 25 years ago or so. The Persian people, they're incredible, smart, brilliant, actually. And I know so many. I know coming from New York, originally, I know so many people from Iran. They're incredible people, incredible energy, and very, very brilliant people. But when you're standing in a group and protesting and you have a woman, in the case of the woman, remember the Great Woman March, everybody was saying, oh, this is the end of the country. And then snipers selectively picked. Every single one was shot right between the eyes from a long distance. They were on top of buildings. Nobody even knew where they were, where they're coming from. This wasn't like a machine gun, which is also very bad. They've done that too. They did that recently. This was snipers sitting on the top of buildings, aiming and hitting women. And when they see people go down, and all of a sudden there's a riot in the reverse direction, and they never came out again. And a lot of the news doesn't talk about that. They talk about, oh, women's rights. You want to see women's rights? You're not going to see it there. It's amazing when I see some of the stupid people like, you know, AOC +3, all that group. They talk about, oh, freedom for Iran. They don't tell you the real facts. Women, men, gays. How about gays for Iran. They kill the gays. They throw them off buildings. So I wonder what's going on. I can only say this. They want us to keep bombing, even if it jeopardizes, because their life is in much greater danger. They want freedom for Iran, but it's very hard for them to protest. I actually tell them, I said, don't go out. I fully understand. Nobody in this room would go out. I don't think there's any, because frankly, it's not a question of bravery. We're all brave, right? You're brave, I'm brave, we're all brave. But we're also intelligent. If you have people shooting at you, expert shots with the best rifles you can get, and hitting you right between the eyes every single time, and you're looking here and you're seeing and you're looking here, you're out of there. I don't care who it is. Please.
Mark Meredith, Fox News.
I know that.
Oh, thank you.
How would I know that? Go ahead.
America's watching. No.
Good job.
Can we go back to the weekend? First off, was everyone on board with the operation, or were there people that were trying to talk you out of going through with the operation this weekend?
Not everybody was on board.
Somebody else within
No,
you?
there was military people, very professional, that preferred not doing it. These two were totally on board, which was very important. If they weren't, I would have had a little difficulty. But no, there were military people that said, you just don't do this. You don't go into the heart of a very powerful military. You know, this is, hey, you have countries and countries. You have some countries where military is not their strong suit. This whole thing is militarized like nobody's ever seen before. Half the people are wearing uniforms. And we had people within the military. Usually it's not done. That's one of the reasons. You know, I was surprised. Somebody said it's the only time it's ever been done. I said, that's not possible. But it is possible, because you're going into hundreds of thousands of soldiers along the path. I mean, look at some of the helicopters, how they got hit. So, yeah, there were people within the military that said it's a wise. And don't forget, how many men did you send altogether, approximately, for the operation?
I'd love to keep that a secret.
Okay, well, we but I will tell you, the number, I'll keep it a secret, but it was hundreds. And hundreds of these people, that's pretty good. Is he central casting? But hundreds of people went into this journey. Hundreds of people could have been killed. Forget about the equipment, a lot of equipment, nobody cares. Hundreds of people could have been killed. So we had people that were within the military that said this is not a wise, and I understood that, but I decided to do it.
Was there a point that they were going to, that you were thinking, there's too much on the line, and somebody was saying, maybe we abort this now and wait? I mean, given the resource, like the general said, it seemed like there was so much on the line here. You must have been thinking, well, this could have completely changed.
So the first one, which was in many ways as dangerous as the second, I guess it gets, because we're flying over daylight. You know, we're the best at the world at night. We have goggles that nobody, we have goggles, I've tried them, they're unbelievable. I see better with the goggles at night than I see without them during daylight. I mean, daylight today, we have a beautiful day. You see just as well with goggles. In many ways, it's enhanced. So we have the best in the world. So it's much safer for us to do it at night, whereas other people, no other country has that capability. They don't have that particular piece of equipment like we do. But when I was told, flying and in daylight, I think we flew 7 hours over Iran, and that's a long time, over unbelievably hostile territory where they have nothing but weapons. We took out their anti-aircraft, which is great. We took out their radar, which is great. We took out a lot, but they still have, you know, what hit this one was a handheld shoulder missile, heat-seeking missile. So it's not like, you know, they're totally whatever. And they have probably a little luck, because you got to get lucky. But they shot it, and it got sucked in right by the engine. But these guys were out of there. They were great. Their timing was great. But no, I was told that this is a very dangerous mission. I understand. They didn't say it's a foolish mission. They said, you know, we're going to be sacrificing hundreds of people do this. This is, I mean, you have tankers that are flying over this area so that because the flight was so long, they had to refuel. It's a very dangerous mission. I just felt it was worth it. If you would have told me that we would have been successful, gotten both, and nobody was even essentially injured, I would have said that would be impossible. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Given that
you are now dealing, you say, with a more reasonable, less extreme leadership in Iran. What does that mean for the protesters, for the human rights movement in that country after this conflict?
Well,
What's your
positive.
expectation?
Yeah, if they assume control, if we do something and they assume control, I think it's very positive, a big step. I don't think you'd see the radicalization that you have seen in the last. Look what happened. I mean, women are being executed because they're not properly clothed, they say. They're not properly clothed, and they execute the women. They shoot them right on the street. No, you have a much different group of people. Now, I'm not saying we are dealing with them. Essentially, they have till 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Eastern time. But we are dealing with them. I think it's going well. Mr. Witkoff is here, and JD's involved in the dealing. Mr. Witkoff is sitting right here, and I think it's going fine, but we'll have to see. You have to understand, we've been dealing with these people for 47 years. I'm standing here with a much more powerful Iran as of a month ago, not anymore. Right now, they are decapitated. But I'm standing here a month ago with a much more powerful Iran than it was at any point during 47 years. This should have been handled by 7 presidents, a lot of presidents. And those presidents are saying now, every one of them to their friends, we should have done this a long time ago. So it's not something I like doing. It's very dangerous, and we're getting them at the height of their strength. If I didn't terminate the Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal, they would have had don't forget, that was a path to a nuclear weapon. Remember this. He chose Iran over Israel, pure and simple. How Israel can vote for a Democrat is, if you're Jewish in New York City or any place else in this country, and how you can vote for a Democrat is unbelievable, because he chose Iran, a very hostile Iran. Remember when he filled up a 757 with cash, billions of dollars of cash, and he sent it over to them. Then they gave them tens of billions of dollars. He chose Iran over Israel, and really the Arab world, if you look, because, you know, the other, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, I mean, you take a look. I mean, I can add Kuwait, and I can add Bahrain, and you can add others. He chose such an unlikely candidate. Nobody could believe it. Frankly, if you're going to choose between Iraq and Iran, he should have befriended Iraq. He went in the exact opposite direction of all thinking, and he made a terrible mistake. But that was a road to a nuclear weapon. And when I terminated that, everyone said, oh, he terminated it. It was one of the best things we ever did, because he had a road to a nuclear weapon. And it was a very short-term deal. You know, countries don't do 10-year deals. Countries do hundreds of years. You don't do a 10-year deal. For a country, you need, this isn't, you're a landlord and you're renting a store on a certain street, and you give somebody a 5-year or a 10-year lease. This is a country. It was a short-term deal. It was ready to expire. I terminated it before it expired. Took a lot of heat, and it was one of the best things I ever did, because he would have had a nuclear weapon. Then he would have had another nuclear weapon, had those beautiful B-2 bombers not gone in 8 months ago and obliterated that site. And by the way, the word is obliteration. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't complete. It was so complete that they still haven't been able to get it. It was obliteration. But if we didn't hit them, that was a courageous decision, too, because we had all those planes flying in at night with very little cover, unbelievable stealth planes, and they were able to do their job. If we didn't do that, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon at a high level, either one of those two instances. And if they did, in my opinion, I told this to Bibi Netanyahu yesterday, Israel would have been extinguished. Large portions of the Middle East would have been extinguished, whether it's Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, or others. And you saw that with thousands of missiles raining down upon them. They didn't think they were going to be hit. They thought they'd be watching us fight. And all of a sudden, UAE got hit by 1,500 missiles. He would have taken them out also. And they were powerful. If I didn't come along and terminate the Obama deal, which was terrible, the Iran nuclear deal was a road to a nuclear weapon, a big one, unlimited, legally, I terminated it without even much thought. It was so easy. I terminated that, and then the B-2 bombers. And I did one other thing. I had killed Qasem Soleimani, who was an evil genius. And the reason I did it, I heard he was going to knock out 5 of our military bases. And had he lived, I believe we would be fighting perhaps a different Iran right now, because he's never been replaced, you know. And I did one other, but this one was not picked up. Osama bin Laden. If you read my book, I said you got to take him out 1 year before the World Trade Center came down. So I wish you'd read the book. But you, as a president, to be a good president, I believe you have to have good instincts. And a lot of this is instinct. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for taking my question, Mr. President. Mr. President, last week you suggested that Europe should take the lead on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Has circumstances changed now that you're issuing a direct 48-hour ultimatum? And secondly, would a new ceasefire include Israel, or would it just be between Iran and the US?
I can't talk about ceasefire, but I can tell you that we have a active, willing participant on the other side. They would like to be able to make a deal. I can't say any more than that, but they'd like to do it.
You've listed the goals. Excuse me.
Please, go ahead.
You've listed the goals.
Who are you with? Who are you with?
My name is Diyar Kurd. I'm with the largest Kurdish media outlet, Ruda Media Network. It's based in Iran.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, you said before that you don't want the Kurdish forces to enter Iran and be harmed. Do you still want them to stay away? Or what role do you expect them to play now?
I'd rather have them stay away.
And then,
I'd rather have them stay away because I think they bring with them some problems and some difficulties. And I don't think they bring death, I mean, you know, to themselves. But I'd rather have them stay away. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and international law.
Who are you with?
I'm with the New York Times. Zolan from the New York Times.
Are you failing?
Are you concerned?
Circulation way down at the New York Times.
Are you concerned that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to
No,
war
not at
crimes?
all. No, I'm not. I hope I don't have to do it. But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators, and because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran, we're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick, from a policy standpoint, from a any which way you want to say, mentally, these are disturbed people. If you think I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon, you can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen.
It means violating international law.
Quiet. You no longer have credibility at the New York Times. Because the New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election, and I won in a landslide. I won every swing state. New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election. New York Times has no credibility. The credibility they have is it used to be all the news that's fit to print. The old gray lady, it was great, but they're running on past fumes, and you can't keep doing that. You have to be able to give the correct news. And people like you, who I know, are fake. You're fake. Go ahead, please.
Your messaging on the war has moved from the war is coming to an end to war going to be bombing Iran to the Stone Ages. Right. And we've heard a range of those kind of messages. So which is it? Are you winding this down, or are you escalating?
I can't tell you. I don't know. I can't tell you. It depends what they do. This is a critical period. They have a period of, well, till tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I gave them an extension. They asked for an extension of 7 days, right? I said, Steve, give them 10 days. 10 days is up actually today, so I gave them 11, I guess, indirectly. I thought it was inappropriate the day after Easter. I want to be a nice person. They have till tomorrow. Now, we'll see what happens. I can tell you they're negotiating, we think, in good faith. we're going to find out. We're getting the help of some incredible countries that want this to be ended because it affects them also. A lot of people are affected by this, but we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time, and after that, they're going to have no bridges. They're going to have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah, Stone Ages. CNN fake news.
Are you willing to make a deal that does not include reopening the Strait of Hormuz, or is that now a top priority?
I would say it's a very big priority because, see, that's one thing that's a little different than other things. We can bomb the hell out of them. We can knock them out for a loop. But to close the strait, all you need is one terrorist that somehow has a truck loaded with, because you can carry them in trucks, large trucks, a water mine, drop them in the water, and now you tell people that own ships that cost $1 billion to don't worry about the mine. You can do that even just by saying we put mines in the water. So it's not like the rest. We can knock out their military. We already have. We've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force completely. We've knocked out 158 ships in 3 days. We've knocked out even their mine droppers. They don't have any mine droppers anymore, but they put them on other boats, and they could drop them. I'm not even sure they have any mines there, by the way. I'm not sure. I'm personally, they say there might be 8. I don't know. I think there might be none because they're very good bullshit artists. That's why for 47 years they've been bullshitting other presidents, and they haven't done the job. And people are living in hell. You live in that country, they're living in hell. No, I think that 47 years of this stuff is long enough. They're at the weakest point they've ever been. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft weaponry, they have no radar, they have no communication. In fact, the biggest problem we have in our negotiation is that they can't communicate. I said to Steve, what are they saying? Sir, they can't communicate. They have no method of communication. So we're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note back and forth. They have no communication. But all I want to see is I want to have a safe world, and you're not going to have a safe world. Israel will be gone. The Middle East will be gone. And then they're coming for Europe. And I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed in NATO, very. I think that NATO, I think it's a mark on NATO that will never disappear in my mind. You know, they're coming to see me on Wednesday. They're going to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. Now they all of a sudden want to send things, you know. But they said it loud and clear at the beginning. When I spoke to UK of all, I would have said they would have been the first because they're the oldest. And I say, yeah, I'd love to have a little help. He said, no, sir, we'd rather wait till you win. I said, I don't need help after we win. They have 2 old broken aircraft carriers, barely work. I said, I guess we can use them. Who the hell knows? I called the general. He didn't even want them. He said, we don't really need them. We got the SS Abraham Lincoln, sir. We don't need them. Do you know, we have, in terms of technology, we had one day 101 missiles going at 2,700 miles an hour aimed at the Abraham Lincoln. 101 missiles. Out of 101 missiles, 101 missiles were shot down. Unbelievable technology. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't know if that would have been possible, but 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been possible. 101 missiles heading to a ship that's not that far off the coast. And out of the 101 missiles, we shot down all 101. We have weaponry. The Patriots are unbelievable. We have weaponry that's unbelievable, yeah.
Just to clarify.
Go ahead, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said earlier today during the egg roll that you would like to take Iran's oil, but Americans want U.S. forces home.
Correct.
What's that trade-off?
If I had my choice, yeah, because I'm a businessman first. With Venezuela, as you know, the war was over in about 45 minutes. And we have great people running Venezuela, very good people. I mean, the relationship is good. And we are a partner with Venezuela. And we've taken hundreds of millions of barrels, hundreds of millions. Over 100 million barrels already is in Houston, refined and out, and paid for that war many, many times over, many times. You know, the old days, to the victim. Okay, you know that. To the winner belong the spoils, go the spoils. And I've said, why don't we use it? To the victor, go the spoils. And we don't have that. We haven't had that in this country probably in 100 years, because even the Second World War, you look at the Second World War, we didn't have it with the Second World War. We helped rebuild all those countries. We rebuilt Germany. How about Germany telling us that, well, it's not their war. We had nothing to do with it. They wanted me to go and tell them everything I was doing. We didn't know anything about it. Well, if I would have told them, they would have leaked it, and we wouldn't have been nearly as successful, possibly, right? But to the victor belong the spoils. So we haven't heard that in, I think, maybe hundreds of years. Now with Venezuela, and we, just so you understand, the people of Venezuela, they say if I ran for president of Venezuela, I'm polling higher than anybody has ever polled in Venezuela. So after I'm finished with this, I can go to Venezuela. I will quickly learn Spanish. It won't take too long. I'm good at language. And I will go to Venezuela. I'm going to run for president. But we're very happy with the president-elect that we have right now, the people that are running it. If you remember Bush with Iraq, they fired the generals, they fired the police, they fired the people that worked in their equivalent of the White House. They fired everybody. And you know what they had? They had a mess. And you know what happened? ISIS formed. Those generals and those soldiers got together, the police got together, they all got together, they formed ISIS. Not going to happen with us. So Venezuela has been an incredible, it's been an incredible situation. We went in, we were very successful, military power like nobody's ever seen. The general, Venezuelan general said, I was on that site. I said, I've never seen ferocity like that. I've been doing this for 40 years. He said, I've never seen it. They hit us from 17 different, they were all set. They saw that big, beautiful aircraft carrier, the Ford in that case, and planes were pouring off it at 1 o'clock in the morning. So typically when you see that late at night, you know, you could be in trouble, right? And we were all ready. They had their equipment, it was Russian, and they had Chinese equipment. It was all set. They were going to give us a fight. He said, and then they came, and they came at speeds like we've never seen. And they came at 17 different angles. The general and his people, that was a lot of angles. They hit him from every angle. He said, we knew it was over in 3 minutes. We were waiting for them. Their equipment didn't work, and there's a reason it didn't work. Someday we'll explain that to people. They pressed the button, nothing happened. They pressed it again and again, nothing happened. And he said, we knew this whole thing was over in 3 minutes. We've never seen any, he used the word ferocity. The ferocity of these planes from 17 different angles, and it was over. They went inside, and remember, that was on a military base with thousands of soldiers. And those soldiers looked and they said, get the hell out of here. Thousands, we didn't have thousands, we had like 200 people. So we have a great military. And I'll tell you what, somehow this rescue captured the world's attention, more so than normally. You're talking about 2 people. But this rescue captured the world's attention. But we did it in Venezuela. That was amazing. And now we have a very bad man in prison and going to trial. I mean, he released, aside from the drugs, which he was terrible, Maduro released hundreds of thousands of people from jails into our country. Drug dealers, murderers, the worst people in the world were released into our country because we had a stupid president who probably didn't know, and we had a border czar who never went to the border and never once called our great Border Patrol agents, right? Not once, Kamala. She never called the Border Patrol. She never said, how are we doing? I used to call the Border Patrol guys every day. You can ask them, Paul, ask any one of them. Brandon, ask them all the time. How are we doing? How are we doing? And we now, I'm proud to say, have a totally sealed border. 9 months, nobody is coming through our border. And nobody even tries because they know they're not going to get through. So we don't have caravans anymore. So maybe 1 or 2 more and we'll be done.
Mr. President, are you allowed to, or are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
I'd rather do that than let them have them, right? Why shouldn't we? We're the winner. We won, okay? They are militarily defeated. The only thing they have is the psychology of, oh, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water, all right? No, we have a concept where we'll charge tolls, okay? I thought you meant us. Your question would have been more accurate if you said us. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So just to clarify, in order for Iran to successfully meet your deadline tomorrow, do they have to make a deal, open the strait, or both?
We have to have a deal that's acceptable to me. And part of that deal is going to be, we want free traffic of oil and everything else.
Mr. President, thank you very much. You've said glory be to God in this conflict. Do you believe that God supports the United States' actions in this war?
I do, because
And have you
God
sought
is
his direction?
good. Because God is good, and God wants to see people taken care of. God doesn't like what's happening. I don't like what's happening. Everyone says, I don't enjoy this. I don't enjoy it. These two guys don't enjoy it. You know, people say, oh boy, they're so tough. I don't like seeing people killed. I've ended 8 wars. Nobody's ever done it. The person who won the Nobel Prize came to me and said, you deserve the Nobel Prize. She announced that when they announced, they said, goes to Maria. She's a great person, really a good person. She said, no, no, no. This is ridiculous. They gave me the Nobel Prize. President Trump ended 8 wars. I could go over every one of them, including India and Pakistan, where the Prime Minister of Pakistan said, President Trump saved from 30 to 50 million lives. That makes me much happier than what we're doing right now. That makes me much happier. We have one more to end, by the way.
President, you called yesterday in your Truth Social, you called the Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
What is your response to critics who say that
I don't care about critics.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your mental health that should perhaps be examined as this war continues?
I haven't heard that. But if that's the case, you're going to have more people like me, because our country was being ripped off on trade, on everything, for many years until I came along. So if that's the case, you're going to have more people. Dasha, go ahead. Dasha, go.
You said that very little is off limits in Iran as far as targeting,
Yeah.
including power plants, bridges, you've mentioned those.
Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking schools
I don't want to
or
tell you
hospitals
that.
that you
I don't want
would
to
say
tell
is
you
off
that.
limits?
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen. We may even get involved with helping them rebuild their nation. And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing we want to do is start with power plants, which are among the most expensive things, and bridges. You saw the bridge went. We were very close to a deal. And then I got a call from Mr. Witkoff, Mr. Kushner, and JD saying, I think they're breaking the deal. I said, tell them that's okay, don't worry about it. But tell them to look out their window and watch. And within 45 minutes, I gave the order to knock out the biggest bridge. I gave the order, knock out the biggest bridge in, I believe, the Middle East, but the biggest bridge in Iran. And within 10 minutes after I gave that order, that bridge was over. So do I want to do that? No. Do I want to destroy their infrastructure? No. It will take them 100 years to rebuild. Right now, if we left today, it would take them 20 years to rebuild their country, and it would never be as good as it was. And the only way they're going to be able to rebuild their country is to utilize the genius of the United States of America.
You voiced your displeasure with NATO in the past. Is there a danger to the U.S. not being the de facto of the leader of the alliance, and then other powers within the alliance then getting the decision-making when it comes to wars and nuclear weapons?
No, it's not a danger. Look, we went to NATO. I didn't ask very strongly. I just said, hey, if you want to help, great. No, 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 we will not help. I said, that's all right. You don't want to help? Because I've always said NATO's a paper tiger. See, NATO's a paper tiger. Putin's not afraid of NATO. Putin's afraid of us, very afraid of us. And he's explained it to me a lot of times. I got to know him very well. I know him very well. NATO's a paper tiger. NATO is us. And when we needed them, but we didn't need them, by the way. We didn't need them, obviously, because they haven't helped at all. Just the opposite. They've actually gone out of their way not to help. They didn't even want to give us landing strips. Think of it. And it's not just NATO. You know who else didn't help us? South Korea didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Japan. We've got 50,000 soldiers in Japan to protect them from North Korea. We have 45,000 soldiers in South Korea to protect us from Kim Jong-un, who I get along with very well, as you know. Do you notice he said very nice things about me? He used to call Joe Biden a mentally retarded person, okay? So don't tell me about your stuff. Joe Biden, he said he's a mentally retarded person. He was so nasty to Joe Biden, it was terrible. But to me, he likes Trump. And do you notice how nice things are with North Korea? It's very nice. But we have 45,000 people, soldiers, in harm's way, and right next to Kim Jong-un with a lot of nuclear weapons. 45, which should have never happened if a certain president, I'm not going to mention this president because I happen to like him, believe it or not, but if a certain president did his job, Kim Jong-un would not have nuclear weapons right now. But they were all afraid to do their job properly. But just to conclude and just to finish, Japan didn't help us, Australia didn't help us, South Korea didn't help us, and then you get to NATO, NATO didn't help us. There were some countries that did. Now, countries that have been good, now you could also say they're got to be a little bit more involved because they're in the territory, but Saudi Arabia has been excellent, Qatar has been excellent, UAE has been excellent, Bahrain, Kuwait. I mean, Kuwait did shoot down 3 of our planes. The only planes, really, that we lost with friendly fire, they call it. I call it unfriendly fire. They unfortunately didn't know how to use our great Patriots. The pilot said, what kind of a missile's coming at us? Patriot. Boom, they got out. Because they know a Patriot never misses. So they had beautiful Patriots. There were planes heading in their direction. Unfortunately, they decided to shoot those planes. They were our planes. So, no, NATO is a paper tiger. Now, he's coming to see me on Wednesday, as you know. He's a wonderful guy. Secretary General is great. And Mark Rutte, he's a great person, but he's got... And you know, it all began with, if you want to know the truth, Greenland. We want Greenland. They don't want to give it to us, and I said, bye-bye.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा प्यास बुझाई ठंडक लाई सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, a very good morning to you. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Chongtham Amrita and we will get you all the details on US President Donald Trump's threats issued against Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz and also to reach a deal that prefers the US. In fact, he has made a long statement just a few hours ago and said that within 4 hours, Iran has to come to a deal. We will get you all the details, but first, let's take a look at the headlines. The Supreme Court has formally notified the constitution of a 9-judge constitution bench, which will commence hearing on April 7 in the long-pending Sabarimala review matter. Amid unrest in Manipur, a bomb launched by Kuki groups resulted in a critical injury of a minor child at Flyby in Bishnupur district in the early morning of April 7. Armed Kuki members were seen evacuating Kuki civilians to safer places as tensions escalate in Manipur's clashes. Air India CEO Campbell Wilson steps down amidst losses and operational setbacks. PM Modi hails India's defining step in civil nuclear journey as Kalpakam fast breeder reactor attains criticality. NASA's Artemis II astronauts are officially farther from Earth than any human has ever gone before.
The entire country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
Trump says Iran could be taken out in one night as Tuesday deadline looms.
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night.
Trump threatens to destroy all Iran bridges, power plants in 4 hours if there is no deal. Spokesperson of Khatam al-Anbiya Brigade reportedly countered Trump's threats, saying reckless threats will not affect offensive operations nor erase humiliation of us. All right, viewers, let's shift our focus to Manipur as unrest builds in the northeastern state with clashes escalating. An emergency shutdown has been imposed in Moirang area in Bishnupur district after a child was injured in a bomb blast that was allegedly thrown by the Kuki groups in Manipur as the clashes between in the region escalate, and there are Allegedly, a child who was sleeping in the house was in fact hurt when a bomb was hurled in the civilian area, and reportedly by Kuki armed groups. And there has been a new hostile environment again in the Bishnupur district in Moirang area. You can see there visuals of the house where the child was hurt, and reportedly 2 children, minor children, was in fact hurt in this, very small children, minor, and a bomb was blasted in Moirang area in Bishnupur district. And now we are now joined by our reporter from Manipur, Lintoy. Lintoy, do tell us, this is the latest escalation coming in as Kuki armed groups have in fact thrown a bomb and blasted and hurt a child in Moirang area. Tell us the latest.
Yeah, Amrita, actually we are heading towards Chonglaubi right now, so we are going to cover the incident that is developing in the area right now. And as of now, the public of that area has stormed at that district police outpost over there, and also 2 minors are dead due to the incident. So they have been injured on their head, and also we all, according to the video footage that went viral on social media, we found a rocket launcher over there. So in the Chonglaubi side, yeah. As of now, we got this much update, and yeah, we are heading towards Chonglaubi right now, and we'll get more updates from there.
Yes, definitely, Lintoy, you do get us more details when you reach. But we also want to know that there are reports saying that this is not just a bomb, but a long-range missile. And also, if you remember, just a few years ago, in September 2024, there was a similar incident when armed Kuki groups also launched a long-range missile carrying a bomb in Moirang again, in fact. So is there a connection between these two, according to you?
Yeah, I think there is a connection between these two, because this is not just an ordinary weapon. It's a very advanced weapon, and it's a very sophisticated weapon. So we cannot take it as a normal weapon. Back to you, Amrita.
Yes, definitely, Lintoy. We will definitely get back to you for more latest details. But also, as of now, we want to know the status of the child that was in fact hurt in the bomb blast. The child was in fact rushed to the nearest district hospital. In fact, what is the status and the latest report of the child that was hurt in this incident?
They are succumbed to their injuries, Amrita.
Okay, definitely. We will certainly get back to you. Thank you for joining us on this broadcast. We will get back to you for more details. All right, viewers, we move on to another big development story coming up. Now, regarding the Anil Ambani case, the bank fraud case in Supreme Court, the CBI has told the court yesterday that it is probing bank fraud of around 73,000 crores linked to the Anil Ambani group. And that's not all, viewers. There are 7 separate cases under investigation as well. A probe now includes the role of the bank officials and possible collusion between them as well. Enforcement Directorate now is flagging irregularities in insolvency process. And the ED is also reportedly claiming loans routed through multiple cases as well. And this is a big development in the case over the Anil Ambani bank fraud case, 73,000 crore rupees, and now collusion with bank officials as well. And these are in fact 7 separate cases here under investigation as well. And now we are joined by our reporter Sarthak from the ground. Sarthak, this is a big revelation coming in. There could be collusion of bank officials even, and there are 7 separate cases being filed with regards to this. Do tell us the latest on this story.
Yes, it is a big development. The investigation is ongoing. CBI and ED, both investigating agencies, are investigating the case. Supreme Court on the previous date of hearing as well had asked for a continuous status report to be submitted in the court. This case was heard yesterday in the court of Chief Justice Suryakant and Justice N. Koteswara Singh, and where CBI filed a report where CBI told the court that it is probing bank fraud of around 73,000 crores linked to Anil Ambani group. And CBI further said that they have filed 7 separate cases, and the investigation is ongoing. The probe includes role of bank officials and their possible collusion with the entire matter. On the other hand, ED as well has flagged irregularities in the IBC process. The claim that they have made is that the loans were routed through multiple entities. Insolvency has triggered through questionable lenders, and the claim amount is nearly 2,983 crores, and it was just settled for 26 crores. So that's a big development that we are having, that such a big loan amount, nearly 3,000 crores loan amount was just settled for 26 crores. And the Supreme Court has further said that CBI and ED must continue the investigation. They must conduct a fair and a time-bound investigation, and they must work together and share findings. Some time ago, ED had also summoned Anil Ambani. CBI also filed another FIR. So at this point, what we know of, CBI has filed total 7 cases against Anil Ambani, and the investigation is ongoing. And at this moment, the case is not just the case is much bigger now. Previously, what we know of was the case, the loan amount was nearly 40,000 crores, and now it has exceeded 70,000
All right, Sarthak,
crores.
also we would like to know, as you mentioned, that about 2,983 crores have been settled for just 26 crores. This raises a huge gap as well. So could this reflect, how would this reflect on Anil Ambani as the proceedings are going on? The next proceeding, the hearing is on April 30, as we have heard. So how could it reflect on Anil Ambani with this big revelation coming in?
Yes, absolutely. It seems the documents that have been placed on record by ED in the court, it suggests that such a big loan amount, nearly 3,000 crores, was settled for just 26 crores. And if ED is claiming the possibility of such a settlement, then it seems like Anil Ambani may have to take some legal route to avoid the entire issue, because it doesn't seem like he would be having any counter document to prove that such a thing did not take place. And at this point, ED is investigating the matter. The loan amount could be bigger. What they have concluded at this point is the loan amount is nearly 3,000 crores. And it's a big difference, a 3,000 crore loan amount getting settled in 26 crores. It does seem like there are some pertinent and questionable triggers that one needs to look into, and ED is still investigating the matter. This actually flags there are some major irregularities in the insolvency process. So we are still fetching more details into this, and ED is investigating the matter. In fact, the Supreme Court has also directed to work in collaboration. So they may continue investigating collectively and try to find more details on this.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much for all of your inputs. We will get back to you for more latest developments. Thank you for joining us, Sarthak. And now, viewers, let's move on to another story as India strengthens its nuclear capabilities as the prototype fast breeder reactor at Kalpakkam attains criticality. Prime Minister Narendra Modi called it a major milestone in the second stage of the nation's nuclear program. Said it's capable of now producing more fuel than it consumes. The reactor now paves the way for using India's vast thorium reserves and reinforces energy self-reliance. Let's take a look at this detailed report.
India strengthens its nuclear capabilities as the prototype fast breeder reactor at Kalpakkam attains criticality, a defining step in its civil nuclear journey. PM Modi called it as a milestone in the second stage of India's three-stage nuclear program, aimed at multiplying domestic fissile resources using uranium and plutonium. The first stage uses natural uranium in pressurized heavy water reactors, while the second stage, now represented by the PFBR, uses plutonium from spent fuel to generate more energy. Capable of producing more fuel than it consumes, the reactor showcases India's scientific and engineering strength. The third stage envisions large-scale use of thorium using uranium-233 bred in the fast breeder reactors as a virtually inexhaustible energy source. Experts say that PFBR milestone enhances India's nuclear potential, energy security and position among countries with advanced reactor technologies. PM Modi calls it as a defining moment reflecting India's technological progress and long-term strategic vision for sustainable energy.
Now, viewers, we bring to you a Republic exclusive outside the White House in light of the United States President Donald Trump's address on the ongoing West Asia war. Listen in.
President Trump had a major briefing today. Obviously, the entire White House press corps were here. I was there inside the briefing. Clearly, three big takeaways that he had. One, obviously, the U.S. mounted this daring operation by the U.S. armed forces, aided by the CIA, to bring back 2 American pilots from the hostile territory in Iran. That was a major operation. He gave details about that. He also mentioned the fact that opening the Strait of Hormuz is very, very critical for the global energy supplies, and he's determined about that. And he put Iran on notice, saying that by 8 p.m. Eastern time, if Iran does not change tack, that's Tuesday's deadline, he will make sure that there is hell which is rained on Iran by destroying their infrastructure, by destroying their power stations and also bridges. So clearly he's put Iran on notice, but also opening the window of diplomatic negotiations a bit. He did not mention about it, but clearly while the diplomatic talks are happening, he did mention about some of the countries in the Middle East who were really supportive of the US's campaign against Iran. And he also spoke about the fact that if he wouldn't have mounted this operation, Iran would have got a nuclear weapon that would have threatened not only Europe but a lot of countries in the region as well. He did not say anything about the deadline on the war ending, but I get a sense that a lot will be clearer after this deadline of 8 p.m. tomorrow. That's Tuesday, Washington, D.C. time, the US ET time.
All right, viewers, we have another major story coming in at this moment. An advisor to Iran's parliament speaker, Mohammad Bakr Ghalibaf, said the President Donald Trump has about 20 hours to submit to Iran. Now, this is a big breaking and also retaliatory statement coming in from Iran. And they are saying Donald Trump has 20 hours to submit to Iran or face devastating consequences for U.S. allies. The threat said if U.S. did not comply, Iran would be forced to have U.S. return to the Stone Age. Mehdi Mohammadi wrote on X. He added that Iran has clearly won the war and will only accept an ending that stabilizes its achievements and creates a new security regime in the region. We will not back down. A stark contrast and a war of words going on between U.S. President and Iran's administration too. Now, Ghalibaf. Now, he has also issued a similar threat back to the U.S. President's address after he made a strong address on the Iran war just a few days ago, just yesterday, saying that Iran will go back to the Stone Age, while reiterating the same statement and throwing it back to the U.S. again and saying that if U.S. does not back down, then they will start to attack U.S. allies, key infrastructure of the U.S. allies. So this is coming in and also saying that Donald Trump has 20 hours to submit to Iran. So this now, as United States President has in fact started a countdown of about now just 20 hours remaining, in fact, to open the Strait of Hormuz, to come to a deal between the two nations. And now the Iranian administration has now said that Donald Trump has also 20 hours left to submit to Iran. There's war of words exchange between these two countries. And as Donald Trump has said that they could even blow up bridges and power plants in Iran if a deal is not reached. Iran has also countered that and said that U.S. allies will be attacked heavily if the U.S. does not submit to Iran. So Iran is now fully positioned to even restore a new regime even in the region. This is a big incoming between the two countries as war escalates and war of words even escalate and intensifies between the two nations. All right, viewers, let's move on to another story. U.S. President Donald Trump has alleged a major information leak during a sensitive rescue operation, calling it a threat to national security. He says the administration is hunting for the mole and wants of jail time for those responsible. This is in connection with the rescue operation that took out 2 crew members of the downed F-15 fighter jet. Let's take a listen in at the full report.
Donald Trump claimed that somebody had leaked the information about the missing pilots.
But these 2 extraordinary rescues, because it was 2, and as you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour, and then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker.
He also claimed that the administration is working very hard to find the mole.
We're looking very hard to find that leaker, and talked about there's somebody missing. They basically said that we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information.
Donald Trump claimed that once the mole was found, they would be sent to jail.
So whoever it was, we think we'll be able to find it out because we're going to go to the media company that released it and we're going to say, national security, give it up or go to jail.
He also claimed that the leaker to be a sick person and that they did not understand the gravity of the situation.
We have to find that leaker because that's a sick person. Probably didn't realize the extent of how bad it was. I can't imagine that the person did.
But Trump says that he is determined to find the mole as it is a matter of national security.
But we're going to find out it's national security, and the person that did the story will go to jail if he doesn't say, and that doesn't last long, and I think everybody would understand it. They put this mission at great risk.
As the clock is ticking for Iran, this fresh claim from the US adds a new angle to the entire search ops.
Now, viewers, Donald Trump has also made a series of explosive claims on Iran, saying there has been a regime change in the country, even as he insists that was never the objective. From hinting at a secret military plan to claiming Iranians are urging continued strikes, Donald Trump's remarks have raised serious questions about the ground reality and what comes next in the conflict. Let's take a look at the full report.
In the latest briefing from the White House, Trump claims that there has been a regime change in Iran.
We have regime change, but we didn't do this for regime change. We did it for the fact, and my view was very simple. I saw somebody who said, oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is.
He also laid down the plan he has in store for Iran.
We're going to attack at 9:47 in the morning, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to... And if you don't do that, they say, I have a plan. These people know what the plan is. Everybody here knows what the plan is. But it's very unfair to say, because I don't mind being insulted. I've been insulted for many years by the fake news. But you can't. It's so bad for people that are so you just saw 2 great, and John Ratcliffe, 3 unbelievable people. They have a plan. Every single thing has been thought out by all of us.
He also claimed that the people of Iran are asking to be bombed.
They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think this is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
First time it was canceled in February 8th. After that March, we make all the plans, we have all the hype, and it was canceled again. And finally it's happening today. So we are going to celebrate a new milestone for everybody, not only for USA, for the whole planet, for the whole humanity.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston, now controlling the flight of integrity. 50 seconds of mission elapsed time. Standing by for main engine throttle up. Guidance converged.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now, the clock is ticking for Donald Trump's deadline of 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Donald Trump has threatened that all the bridges in Iran will be destroyed and all the power plants will be out of business. We get to this and all the latest, but first, let's start with the headlines. The Supreme Court has formally notified the constitution of a 9-judge constitution bench, which will commence hearing on 7th of April in the long-pending Sabarimala review matter. Amid unrest in Manipur, a bomb was launched by Kuki groups, resulted in a critical injury of a minor child in Flyby in Bishnupur district in the early morning of 7th of April. Armed Kuki members were seen evacuating Kuki civilians to safer places as tensions escalate in Manipur's clashes. Air India CEO Campbell Wilson steps down amidst losses and operational setbacks. PM Modi hails India's defining step in civil nuclear journey as Kalapakam fast breeder reactor attains criticality. NASA's Artemis II astronauts are officially farther from Earth than any human being has ever gone before.
The entire country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
Donald Trump says Iran could be taken out in one night as Tuesday deadline looms.
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night.
Donald Trump threatens to destroy all Iran bridges, power plants in 4 hours if there is no deal. A spokesperson of Qatam Al-Anbiya Brigade reportedly countered Donald Trump's threats, saying reckless threats will not affect offensive operations nor erase humiliation for United States. And now, viewers, we're getting a big breaking news. The Supreme Court has formally notified the constitution of a 9-judge constitution bench, which will commence its hearing on 7th of April. That's today in the long-pending Sabarimala review matter. Now, the Chief Justice of India, Surya Kant, will hear the reference arising out of review petitions filed against its September 2018 judgment permitting entry of women of all ages into the Lord Ayyappa temple in Sabarimala, along with connected issues that raise significant questions on religious freedoms. This is the latest we have. A big day today as this verdict will be pronounced. This case belongs to 2018 verdict. In fact, where a 5-judge bench earlier of the Supreme Court by 5-1 majority allowed entry of women, but after that several review and writ petitions were filed. I have my colleague Shambhavi joining us to get us more details on this. Shambhavi, a big day as Supreme Court is due to hear all of these petitions and in fact pronounce its verdict as well into the matter. It is going to set a precedent for the future cases as well.
Well, definitely a very important hearing is set to begin today. And for the help of our viewers, just a quick review about the entire Sabarimala matter. Sabarimala is a very important shrine of Lord Ayappa in Kerala, where women from 10 years to 50 years of age, they were not allowed inside the temple. Basically, the menstruating age, they were not allowed inside the temple, given that there is a belief that Lord Ayappa is a celibate deity. Now, in 2018, there was a landmark judgment given by Supreme Court, where by a majority of 4:1, they said that women will be allowed in the Sabarimala temple, because this practice goes against right to equality, right against discrimination and freedom of religion for women. These were the main things. After this verdict, there was a huge chaos in Kerala. There were protests carried out. There were review petitions filed. And in 2019, the Supreme Court, although did not stay the 2018 judgment, they did not put a hold on it, but they did put a larger question in front of a larger bench. A larger constitutional question. Now, a 9-judge bench has been set up to hear this matter. Now, this hearing will not be particularly related just with Sabarimala, but to larger questions which involve the line between faith and religious freedom. The line between, can a court question or a court interfere with religious practices? So these were some important larger questions which has been put before the Constitution bench, and from today itself the hearing is set to begin. We will see if the 2018 judgment is upheld by this bench, or this entire hearing takes a different route. Back to you.
Absolutely, Shambhavi. And yesterday, Supreme Court, in fact, notified the constitution of this 9-judge bench. And today, the hearing will kick off. Shambhavi, this is also a constitutional bench that we're talking about, which will set a precedent for all the future legal cases. We have a 35-year timeline. In fact, in 2006, plea in Supreme Court was filed by Indian young lawyers. In 2018, 5-judge Supreme Court bench declared restrictions as unconstitutional, allowed women entry into the temple. In 2019, a case referred to a larger 7-judge bench to examine religious freedoms. And after that, we have, in fact, on 7th of April 2026, that's today, a 9-judge bench beginning its hearing in the review pleas to address legal questions. So, Shambhavi, essentially, we are talking about a balance between the freedom of religion, freedom of practicing religion, and freedom of equality as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this is where they're trying to figure out the line between faith and fundamental rights. They are going to see if the court can interfere in religious practices. They are going to see what is an essential religious practices. If the fact that women cannot enter a religious place comes under an essential religious practice. So these are some larger questions which does not involve Sabarimala alone. Because this decision, once it's out, this verdict, once it's out, it is going to influence multiple topics, multiple such practices which are practiced throughout India. So this is going to be a landmark judgment whenever this verdict comes. But the hearing starts today. We'll see what kind of contentions are put forward by each side, what kind of facts are put forward by each side, and what direction does this hearing take from day one itself.
Absolutely, Shambi. Continue to track this for us. We'll get back to you later during the day. But viewers, now shifting our focus to more news from the poll-bound state of West Bengal now, where ahead of West Bengal Assembly elections, nearly 90 lakh names have been removed from the voter list following a major revision exercise, with only cases cleared by judicial officers retained. Now, pending cases with the appellate tribunal will not feature in this election. Meanwhile, the chief electoral officer is now touring sensitive districts to review security and law and order situation and arrangements, aiming to ensure that a smooth and credible polling process can take place in the state of West Bengal. We have a full report. Take a look.
Nearly 90 lakh names have been deleted from West Bengal's electoral rolls ahead of the assembly polls, with 63 lakh removed from the final list and 27 lakh struck off after adjudication. Only cases cleared by judicial officers after verification have been retained or re-included. pending cases before the appellate tribunal will not appear in the election cycle. About 45% of names were removed during the revision, while 55% of the adjudicated case were successfully incorporated into the revised voter list. The tribunal has heard 3 to 4 urgent cases, including some referred to the Supreme Court, but full-scale hearings are yet to start due to the pending software for proceedings. The tribunal will prioritize cases with unverified documents and may examine existing records or request additional documents, though no clear timeline has been announced. The Chief Electoral Officer will visit sensitive, violence-prone districts to review the security and law and order measures, meeting local officials to strengthen the public confidence in the electoral process ahead of the polls.
And viewers, now let's get you some news from Tamil Nadu, where TVK leader, actor turned politician Vijay cancels his rally and campaign for the second day in Chennai. While Vijay has asked for permission for 3 hours in Siadapat constituency, the Chennai Police Commissioner granted only 1 hour, cause of which TVK leaders cancelled his plan on campaign. Now, Party General Secretary Adhav Arjun accused the City Commissioner of being favourable to DMK and also requested the ECI to transfer the City Commissioner. So essentially, in a second day in a row, TVK cancelling rallies scheduled to take place in Tamil Nadu, this time around in Siadipat constituency, accusing the City Commissioner of a favourable behaviour towards the DMK party, MK Stalin party, and cancelling the rally, and also asking Election Commission of India to transfer the City Police Commissioner. A big breaking that we are tracking. All right, I have my colleague Sharda to get us more details on this. Sharda, a second rally cancelled by TVK and essentially asking the election body to transfer the City Commissioner, something that we've seen happening in West Bengal as well, where allegations and counter-allegations are taking place.
Is cancelling his rally and a campaign as per schedule. Yesterday he cancelled it in the constituency Villivakam and today in the constituency Saidapet. While all 234 constituencies that the TVK leader Vijay is planning to go to, there's some of the other disturbances that he's facing is what the party general secretaries are complaining about. Yesterday in the press meet address, they said the meeting was cancelled yesterday because the time given to the TVK leader Vijay was just 1 hour and the permission sought was for almost 3 hours. Today the same thing has happened for the permission sought in Saidapet. The campaign was expected to happen between 12 to 3, but whereas the City Commissioner has given the permission only for 12 p.m. to 1 p.m, whereas stating that it is only 1 hour permission given to the TVK leader Vijay, it was not acceptable. And the TVK leaders now take it to the Election Commissioner of India, asking the City Commissioner to be changed, also asking him to transfer of positions and claiming that the City Commissioner is favourable towards the DMK and not the TVK leader, and that all these constant changes in postponements are happening because the permission given to the leaders are in a very stipulated time.
Sharda, absolutely. And what is the latest that you have from other political parties speaking about the issue?
Well, yesterday the AIADMK also mentioned that the permissions given to the DMK leaders compared to the other parties have been different, and also saying while all other leaders have been in the DMK have been given permission to conduct road rallies, multiple NDA leaders have been stopped from doing road rallies. Only campaigns have been road rallies are very restricted to the time and the place, especially the locations that they have been choosing. So it's collectively, the TVK leaders collectively say that it is the ruling DMK taking possession of the power in hand.
All right, thank you so much, Sharda, for getting us all the latest in this. Now, viewers, shifting our focus to some more national news, where India And our viewers are shifting our focus to some more national news. India strengthens its nuclear capabilities as a prototype fast breeder reactor at Kalpakam attains criticality. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi called it a milestone in the second stage of the nation's nuclear program. Capable of producing more fuel than it consumes, the reactor paves the way for using India's vast thorium reserves and reinforces energy self-reliance. Take a look at this detailed report.
India strengthens its nuclear capabilities as the prototype fast breeder reactor at Kalpakam attains criticality, a defining step in its civil nuclear journey. PM Modi called it as a milestone in the second stage of India's three-stage nuclear program, aimed at multiplying domestic fissile resources using uranium and plutonium. The first stage uses natural uranium in pressurized heavy water reactors, while the second stage, now represented by the PFBR, uses plutonium from spent fuel to generate more energy. Capable of producing more fuel than it consumes, the reactor showcases India's scientific and engineering strength. The third stage envisions large-scale use of thorium using uranium-233 bred in the fast breeder reactors as a virtually inexhaustible energy source. Experts say that PFBR milestone enhances India's nuclear potential, energy security and position among countries with advanced reactor technologies. PM Modi calls it as a defining moment reflecting India's technological progress and long-term strategic vision for sustainable energy.
And our viewers, Indian markets are down about 0.5%. Nifty is trading below 23,000, Sensex below 74,000. Asian markets also down because of uncertainty looming due to Donald Trump's signals on ending the war. Now, global markets rose yesterday on hopes of the war to end soon. Oil and Brent up about 2% as Strait of Hormuz remains closed. US markets remained flat overnight after disappointment over Donald Trump's address. These are the latest figures that we're getting you. Joining me is Pranav, our business editor, to get us more details on this. Pranav, what is the latest as far as markets are concerned?
Well, the Indian markets are in fact trading lower. Yesterday there was a hope that the war could end soon, as a result of which the Indian markets rose about 1.5%. Nifty as well as Sensex ended higher because there was hope that Donald Trump may announce a ceasefire in his late night address yesterday. However, he spoke about a military closure of Hormuz as well as the ending of Iran war continues. Asian markets are trading lower and Indian markets as well are lower by about 0.5% as we speak.
Pranav, since morning we are also seeing multiple attacks taking place on oil facilities. Earlier, Iran's South Pars gas field was also attacked. So oil and Brent also reacting to these developments.
Well, absolutely. In fact, if you remember, oil had touched about $119 per barrel in the middle of the war, and we are once again seeing oil prices nearing those levels. As we speak, oil is right now trading at about $116, and Brent is trading at about $111 per barrel. That's a rise of about 2%. And we are seeing the impact of rising oil prices getting reflected across the global market. So as we speak, today is the deadline. All eyes are on what the U.S. does because he had said clearly that today would be installations and bridges and infrastructure day. So we are there is some sort of action, military action expected from the U.S. So all eyes on that, and the markets will continue to react to what happens in the Middle East.
Absolutely, Pranav. And we have another breaking news, in fact, which says that rupee has fallen 17 paise to 93.07 against US dollar in early trade. This is the latest figures that we're getting, Pranav.
Absolutely, because there are two or three factors that are affecting the rupee. One is the FII inflow. The foreign institutional investors have been pulling money out of Indian markets in light of the uncertainty. And the second is the strengthening of the dollar. What we're seeing right now is that as oil prices go up, all the countries' reserve banks and central banks are rushing to buy more dollar in order to import oil, as a result of which we are seeing a two-way phenomenon. One is that the dollar is strengthening, and the second is the rupee is weakening because of FIIs, the foreign institutional investors pulling money out of Indian markets. So a dual impact is what we are seeing. Uncertainty in the Indian rupee will continue till the war is on, is what experts tell us.
All right, thank you so much, Pranav, for getting us all the latest as far as market figures are concerned. Thank you once again. Now, viewers, we're getting another breaking news where a House Democrat has announced on Monday that she will introduce articles of impeachment against Secretary of Defense Pete Hexit over his handling of U.S. operations in Iran. Now, Hexit is emerging as Democrats' top target in the Trump cabinet following the ousters of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and Attorney General Pam Bondi. Now, Representative Yasamin Ansari said in a statement that she will introduce articles of impeachment against Pete Hexit next week for repeatedly violating his oath of office and his duty to the Constitution. Hexit's reckless endangerment of U.S. service members and repeated war crimes are grounds for impeachment and removal from office, is what the House Democrat has said. Now, the House Democrats' freshman class president is in fact releasing this statement that we are flashing at this point in time, where the Democrat is essentially using a very strong language against Pete Hexit, saying that these are war crimes that are being committed in Iran, and increasingly U.S. military personnel are being pushed in the line of fire. A reckless, endangered U.S. serviceman is what the Democrat has termed Pete Hexit, Secretary of War of United States. So essentially, an impeachment introduced against Secretary of War. In fact, it will be introduced next week, is what the Democrat has said. Now, remember, viewers, Pete Hexit has been speaking about this war in very, very strong language. And now we have Democrat talking about the introduction of impeachment against him. And viewers, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hexit has issued a strong warning to Iran, claiming that American forces executed deep strikes with precision and dominance. He says that Iran's military has been left embarrassed and warns Tehran to choose wisely as U.S. operations will intensify. Take a look at this detailed report.
Pete Hexit claimed that Iran's military is embarrassed and humiliated, and that Donald Trump did not hesitate.
When American airmen were down behind enemy lines, our forces and our president did not hesitate. Special operators supported by elite air crews and intelligence professionals moved swiftly and decisively into treacherous mountain terrain under the constant threat of Iranian forces closing in. Ultimately, it was an impotent Iranian threat. And today, as the CIA director mentioned, Iran's military, and we know this, is embarrassed and humiliated, and they should be.
He also claimed that Iranians are still in awe about the operation.
This was not just barely into Iran, this was deep into Iran, involving coordinated strikes to suppress threats, deception tactics to protect our teams, and full synchronization across air, ground, and special operations. The Iranians are still asking themselves right now, how did the Americans do this?
He also asked Iran to choose wisely, as President Trump does not bluff.
Under his command, America projects power with confidence and brings our people home with victory. And that continues today, by the way. Per the president's direction, today will be the largest volume of strikes since day one of this operation. Tomorrow, even more than today. And then Iran has a choice. Choose wisely, because this president does not play around. You can ask Soleimani, you can ask Maduro, you can ask Khomeini.
Pete Hexit also said that this operation should be a clear message to Tehran.
To our adversaries watching from Tehran, let this be a clear message. The United States military will go anywhere, at any time, to protect our own and complete the mission. We execute with precision. We control the sky.
He also claimed that US flew for over 7 hours and Iran did nothing about it.
We flew for 7 hours in daylight over Iran to get the first pilot. And we flew 7 hours in the middle of the night to get the second. And Iran did nothing about it. We fight with honor, and under President Trump's leadership, we win.
With now US openly threatening Iran, will the war escalate even further, or will Iran sign a deal with the US?
Taking a short break, coming up, Air India CEO Campbell Wilson steps down amidst losses and operational setbacks.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े
From Asia's largest news headquarters,
setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will definitely be on the West Asian conflict. We'll get you the latest minute-to-minute updates on what exactly happening in the West Asian conflict, because Donald Trump has given a final warning. He has given a 48 hours warning to Iran that he will be conducting strikes on key bridges, and he will not leave any key bridge, and also he will be bombarding the power plants inside Tehran, deep in Iran. Now, this is the final warning of Donald Trump. We'll get you all the updates of this and also the top national and international breaking news stories. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. The Supreme Court has formally notified the constitution of a 9-judge constitution bench, which will commence hearing on April 7 in the long-pending Sabarimala review matter. Amid unrest in Manipur, a bomb launched by Kuki groups resulted in a critical injury of a minor child at Tronglaubi in Bishnupur district in the early morning of April 7th. Armed Kuki members were seen evacuating Kuki civilians to safer places as tensions escalate in Manipur's clashes. Air India CEO Campbell Wilson steps down amidst losses and operational setbacks. PM Modi hails India's defining step in civil nuclear journey as Kalpakkam fast breeder reactor attains criticality. NASA's Artemis II astronauts are officially farther from Earth than any human has gone before.
Tomorrow night.
Trump says Iran could be taken out in one night as Tuesday deadline looms.
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night.
Donald Trump threatens to destroy all Iranian bridges, power plants in 4 hours if there is no deal. Spokesperson of Khatam al-Albiya Brigade reportedly countered Trump's threats, saying reckless threats will not affect offensive operations nor ease humiliation of United States. All right, viewers, now let's begin this bulletin with the big breaking news development and our focus story. We have a big breaking news coming in. Air India CEO, that is Campbell Wilson, has resigned amidst operational issues with the airline. Big development coming in as we speak now. His tenure ends in 2027 and is serving his notice period at the moment. As we speak now, Air India CEO and Managing Director Campbell Wilson has reportedly resigned from his positions now, as per the reports that we have fetched. A person familiar with the development told that Wilson had expressed his intention to step down and formally conveyed his decision to the airline's board. The airline is yet to issue an official statement, so we are waiting for an official statement, but this is a very big development amid many setbacks that Air India, the airline, is facing right now. Also, the mention of the crash that occurred almost a year ago. Now, Campbell has resigned before his tenure ends. There was still time for his tenure, And before that, he has resigned. Now, as per reports, he has cited many reasons, but many among them. Now, these are the graphics to explain you better what exactly happened. Now, Wilson was appointed in 2022. Now, this is the same time it was a takeover by the Tata Group. Now, he was appointed on a 5-year contract, which means 2027 was the deadline of the tenure to end. The Wilson's tenure should have been ended by July 2027. So there is a lot of time that was left. Now, as per the reports that we are getting, his resignation has been formally accepted also. This is also what we are getting. And he is currently serving a notice period. All right, we have Harsha for more details on the story. Harsha, this is a very big development and there must have been multiple reasons for that, and definitely the losses that are being faced by Air India and the performance pressure, or also the way the perception has been about the service of Air India, and the crash also must have played a very important role, a crucial role in the build-up to the resignation. What is the latest that you are fetching? Why did he resign?
So, Shivam, there was not one. There were multiple reasons for Campbell Wilson to resign as the CEO of Air India. We can't forget the number one being the AI 171 crash, how it happened, and after how it was dealt by the CEO, Campbell Wilson, how the entire fuck-ups were coming outside this entire fiasco which happened in the Air India. Not only that, Shivam, how can you forget the show cause notices? Not 1, 2, but 29 show cause notices were served to the Air India CEO and the entire Air India for the mishaps and the maintenance and the repair issue which was caused by Air India, and how passengers were suffering because of that. Third being, Shivam, they were asking 4,000 crore compensation from the government and for the airspace closure of Pakistan. That is also being one of the major reasons, and continuously there was pressure which was being floated on the Ministry of Civil Aviation by Campbell Wilson majorly, and the kind of the relation and the building which has to be done as an advisor between government and Air India. Campbell Wilson failed to achieve that. Campbell Wilson failed to do that after AI 171 crash. We can't forget, Shivam, how Chandrasekaran, the chairman of the group, had flew down to Delhi to ensure there's a damage control, and he himself met each and every one. From the government, from the advisors to the ministers, he met each and everyone himself, not relying on the forces of the Campbell Wilson anymore. And it was a speculation which was going around in the aviation industry since long regarding Campbell Wilson's resignation. And Shivam, for all our viewers to understand that last Monday, which was 30th March, there was a board meeting which was called by Air India. In that board meeting only of the Tatas, Campbell Wilson first time had put out the formal resignation. Till the time there were news of his orally informing the board members, orally informing Chandrasekaran about the resignation that he's going to step down as the CEO of Air India. But on 30th March, formally the resignation was put out by him in writing in front of the board members. And also, I would like that the tickers should be corrected right now, Shivam, because the Air India CEO Campbell Wilson's resignation has not been accepted. The Air India top sources have clearly, the Air India the Air India sources have clearly told us that next Monday there's again a board meeting, and in that board meeting the resignation will be formally accepted by all the board members, and the new CEO will be appointed. There could be an interim CEO also, which will be appointed by Air India, which will be next Monday. Every Monday there's a Tata board meeting which is called. So right now Campbell Wilson is very much in the office. He is serving his period. There has been no reward from the side of Chandrasekaran and the board members that whether the resignation has been accepted or not. But largely we know that he's going to step down. He's not going to be in the position of CEO now because of all the issues, mishaps, and the pertainance of the continuous maintenance repair and the Boeing issue and the Air India and the government clashes which has been happening since long after AI 171 crash. Shivam.
Definitely. So, Harsha, the primary reason, as you're mentioning, one of the most important reasons is the Air India crash that occurred. And also, we are getting reports, and if you can correct us on that, is the airspace closure trouble also one of the reasons, the airspace closure trouble and also the West Asian conflict, the rising prices? Did all of this add up to this exact moment when he decided to resign? Or there are other factors also involved? Or primarily the crash was one of the most, one of the biggest reasons of his resignation?
So, Shivam, crash was one of the biggest reasons, and after that, how the victims were being dead. Shivam, we can't forget how the lawyers from Air India were continuously putting pressure on the families of the victims. They were continuously putting pressure to sign the MOUs, the understanding NOCs between Air India and between victim families, and they were ready to give them compensation above 25 lakh, which was already announced, to keep their mouths shut. That's the kind of system which was going inside Air India. And when the entire news came out, Air India was in fiasco.
Okay.
It had to give a given written explanation to Ministry of Civil Aviation and others as well.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for all the information. We'll come back to you as details unfold. We have another big news that is coming in right now as we speak. Breaking news development. These are the visuals of protest. I'm being told that these are the visuals which are coming from Manipur. On the screens, ladies and gentlemen, unrest builds up in Manipur with clashes escalating. Emergency shutdown has been imposed in Moirang area and the Bishnupur district. Now, these are the visuals, and our correspondent seems to be at the location. All right, we have Linthoy with us. Linthoy, you at the location. People are protesting, jamming the road, the highway. Give us more details.
Yeah, so the incident over here is protest. We have clearly seen that they are protesting on the roads, taking the roads and burning the tire in the middle of the road, blocking all the vehicles over here. So this is not some kind of a normal act over here. The civilians over here are condemning the brutal attack to civilians. So the situation here on the ground is very tense and continues to escalate with its passing hour. What we are learning is that early this morning in Thonglaubi village of Bishnupur district, suspected Kuki militants carried out a bomb attack targeting civilians. In that target, tragically, 2 children, a 5-year-old boy and a 5-month-old infant, lost their lives. And as per sources, the attack happened while the child was asleep with his mother, which has triggered massive outrage among locals. So these are the visuals here. Protests have erupted in Bishnupur district, where angry locals have blocked the police station and burning materials right in the middle of the road, demanding immediate and strict action. And also they call the action carried out by the Kuki militants as a very heinous act and a barbaric act. So what is also extremely concerning is that it's the recovery of rocket launcher from Thonglaubi. So the long-range missile. So this clearly indicates the kind of heavy weaponry being used and raise serious questions about how such arms are being accessed. So adding the tension, at least 3 oil tankers have been set on fire in Moirang area, further deteriorating the law and order situation in Manipur. And this is not an isolated flare-up. Attacks have also been reported from Ukhrul and Kamsong district. In fact, today marks the 3rd consecutive day of violence, which is a coordinated escalation. So security forces are also on high alert, and even in Ukhrul and Kamsong district, they are continuing firing in these districts also. Back to Sudhir.
Yeah, definitely. But the story is quite sad, very unfortunate that little children were killed in this incident on the attack by the Kuki groups, which was conducted in Manipur. If you can exactly run us through the sequence of events which unfolded, how the attack might have been planned, and it was during the night time, and little children died as a result of that. They hurled bombs. They hurled grenades. What is the latest you're fetching? Were they using automatic weapons in this case also?
So, yeah, they're using all that kind of advanced weapons like long-range missile and all. So, for this incident, former Chief Minister N. Biren has also condemned the act. Meanwhile, the current Chief Minister, Yunam Khemchand, and the 3 deputy CMs, Nemsa Kipgen, belonging from the Kuki community, Lozi Diko, belonging from the Tangkol community, and one deputy CM belonging from the Meitei community, Govinda Pahalgam, has not yet reacted anything on this incident right now.
All right. What are the statements by the local leaders out there? I'm getting a statement from Thongam Shanti Singh, who has strongly condemned the brutal attack. He has given at the time of the attack also at 1:05 a.m. when the mother and the 2 children were asleep together in their bedroom. And he calls it a heinous act of violence, nothing less than an act of terrorism.
Yeah, he called it a act of terrorism, and it's a heinous violence towards an innocent life, because the two children, along with their mother, are sleeping, and in the middle of the night, it's at around 1:05 a.m. So they are targeting the house. So this is an heinous act, which is a kind of a very dangerous violence which is going on in Manipur right now. Back to the studio.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll get more of that when I reach the spot again.
All right. These are the live visuals coming in from that location. People have blocked the highway. Situation is pretty tense as we speak right now. How sensitive is the situation out there? If you can put this into perspective.
Yeah, the situation over the ground is very sensitive right now. The security are on high alert, and the public angry public right now coming on the streets and blocking the roads right now. Back to studio.
All right. Has there been additional deployment of security forces in that location? How's the local police? Have everybody reached that location? Have the area been cordoned off for the public?
Yeah, the district has been completely shut down, and meanwhile the state authority has also said that Manipur has been shut down. So as of now, Manipur is under shutdown right now. Back to studio.
All right. Thanks a lot. Stay with us. We are just describing what's exactly happening there. This is from Manipur. Now, this highway has been blocked. People are protesting over the brutal killing of innocent children. 2 little children aged just 5 years and 5 months have been killed in this brutal attack. Now, we are also getting reports that this was not a bomb, but could have been a possible small missile or something of that sort, so which might have been used in this case. Some sort of sophisticated weaponry which was used for the attack in that village. And very unfortunate story where little children had to die as a result of an attack by the Kuki groups in that village. Now, all right. We have another big breaking news development. Now, breaking news developments are coming in as a reaction on what exactly unfolded there. Former Manipur CM N. Biren Singh, ex-Manipur CM N. Biren Singh reacts to fresh violence and to the incident, and has said deeply pained by the tragic attack in Moirang, Thronglaubi, that took the lives of 2 innocent children. Such a horrific act against civilians, especially young lives, is beyond condemnable. Now, this is the reaction, definitely beyond condemnable. While efforts may be ongoing, such occurrences underline the need for more effective ground-level vigilance and timely intervention. And he also adds, and he says that, I believe that the authorities are at the job to bring the perpetrators to justice and reinforce measures to safeguard civilians while we navigate through these tragic times. Always remember who provoked when the entire state was working towards peace. So while everybody is trying for peace in Manipur, such incidents adds fuel to the fire, and such kind of violence should be condemned in the strongest of words. These are beyond words, the kind of heinous act where little children were killed, small children were killed, merely 5-year-old and 5-month-old who were killed while they were sleeping with their mother. Very, very sad case, very sad story. All right, we have Linthoy with us for more updates. Linthoy, the reactions are pouring. The local MLA had reacted. Now the ex-CM has also reacted. Over to you.
So yeah, ex-CM has reacted to the incident. He said that it's a tragic attack, and he also termed it as a very horrific act against civilians, especially the young lives. And he also termed it as a very the incident is beyond condemnable. So this incident should be taken seriously, because they are taking the life of 2 children, 1 5-year-old and 1 5-month infant. So this kind of attack is not a normal attack. It's not against some between terrorists or between insurgents group. They are targeting the civilians. They are targeting the life of civilians who are sleeping peacefully with their mother. So this is not just a normal kind of act. It's an act of terrorism against the civilians. Back to studio.
Yeah, definitely people must be furious. And if you can exactly describe the location, was it a buffer zone? Was there no security deployment in place? Was there no intelligence inputs in place before the attack took place? Where was the failure actually happening? What was the beginning of the failure in intel, especially because there is intel in such cases? What exactly led to the sequence of events which unfolded there?
Yeah. So this is not a this kind of red zone area or something buffer zone area. This is a sensitive area which has a neighboring village with the Kuki village. So actually this area has in earlier also they have a record of targeting a missile, long range missile. So in that target also one all men was who is performing for a Shraddha ceremony was dead in that incident. So this is the second time which reported from Moirang. Back to studio.
A very vital fact here that explains us that a missile was really a missile used in this attack.
Yeah, according to our reports, according to the reports that we received from the ground, they are using a long-range missile. So this is the report that we receive as of now, and we have also recovered a photo of the long-range missile, and also this is the one report that we have received as of now.
All right, so it was a long-range missile that was also found. Stay with us, Lintoy. We are getting another breaking news development from Manipur. We need your comment on that. And in Manipur, all schools shut. National Highway 2, Imphal Churachandpur Road along with the Tidim line has been blocked. NH2, Imphal Churachandpur Road has been blocked in Manipur as a reaction. The people are protesting, people are blockading highways. Schools across Manipur have been shut. We hope the tensions do not escalate further. And this is the latest you're getting. NH2 Imphal Churachandpur Road has been blocked. All right, I have a correspondent on field, on the location. Lintoy, schools have been shut. National Highway has been blocked. More
Yeah, school has been shut down and national highways have been blocked. Because of the incident, all the aggrieved locals are coming on the streets, taking the streets, and they are blocking the roads. So they are burning all kind of stuff like tires and all, protesting and condemning the heinous act. Yeah, because of the law and order situation, the state authority has announced shutdown across Manipur.
All right, Lintoy, keep tracking the latest developments. We'll come back to you as more details unfold. Thanks a lot. So this was Manipur. Ladies and gentlemen, let's now move on to another big breaking news development. Now this story is from Goa, where a woman has been killed, a colleague injured after a luxury car, a Mini Cooper, crashes into bike. Now businessman's son has been held in this case. A 23-year-old woman employee of a 5-star hotel was killed. And her male colleague is seriously injured after a speeding luxury car allegedly driven by a businessman's son rammed into their motorcycle in North Goa. Now, as per the police, on Monday arrested Darius Dias, 22-year-old, in connection with the accident which took place in the Donapaula locality near here on Sunday night. An official said Dias, who was allegedly driving a Mini Cooper, a luxury car, rammed the vehicle into the motorcycle. Now, he said that, adding that the car bore a temporary number plate installed before a vehicle is registered with the Regional Transport Office. Now, the number plate was not there because it must have been a new car. There was a temporary registration. Now, these are the visuals of the vehicle. The vehicle, this is the Mini Cooper which was involved in the accident. Oh, okay, I'm being told that I have Sorali with us for more details in this story. Sorali, what is the latest that you're fetching? We are getting to know that it is a Mini Cooper that was involved in an accident and one has died as a result of the accident.
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, on Sunday night, this tragic incident unfolded wherein one woman was killed and her colleague is seriously injured right now, and according to the latest update we have on this entire story we have been tracking is that police has said that by Tuesday, the accused was arrested. Dias is with police right now, and let me tell you, is the son of big businessman in Goa. He's the son of owner of Miles hotel chain in Goa, and as we can see, the kind of visuals on our screens, that the bike is the Mini Cooper which he was driving.
Correspondent की जगह
He
location.
rammed into this bike, and this tragic incident has unfolded in the Donna Paula vicinity, to be very precise, in Goa. So these are the updates we have right now. Back to you.
Has there been any reports, have you fetched any reports about whether he was under an influence of some alcohol or something? Was he under the influence of drugs or something? He was not a minor in this case. Was he overspeeding beyond the limit? That must have been one of the reasons of this accident.
These details are yet to be out. Police is being questioned constantly, but details are not being put out by the police department. On the other hand, let me tell you, there is also one very important point in this case, that there's a very newly registered number plate on the car which he was driving, which is a very suspicious point, and all these questions are being analyzed and investigated right now. That was he under the influence of alcohol? On the other hand, was he over speeding on road? Because the kind of visuals we can see on screen are clearly telling that he must be over speeding, and that's the reason the bike was hit. It was the car rammed into the bike, and one of the women colleagues died on the spot. On the other hand, other one is seriously injured, but all the other details are awaited yet.
All right, thanks a lot, Surali, for all the updates in the story. Keep tracking for more developments. Now, viewers, these are the visuals which are coming from Goa, where an accident took place. Now it's time to slip into a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere, because coming up next, Donald Trump threatens to destroy all Iran bridges, power plants in 4 hours if there is no deal. Coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
The Supreme Court has formally notified the constitution of a 9-judge constitution bench, which will commence hearing on April 7th in the long-pending Sabarimala review matter. Amid unrest in Manipur, a bomb launched by Kuki groups resulted in the killing of 2 minor children at Thronglawi in Bishnupur district in the early morning of April 7th. Armed Kuki members were seen evacuating Kuki civilians to safer places as tensions escalated in Manipur's clashes. Air India CEO Campbell Wilson steps down amidst losses and operational setbacks. PM Modi hails India's defining step in civil nuclear journey as Kalapakkam fast breeder reactor attains criticality. NASA's Artemis II astronauts are officially farther from Earth than any human has ever gone before.
The entire country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
And US President Donald Trump says Iran could be taken out in one night as Tuesday deadline looms.
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night.
And Donald Trump threatens to destroy all Iranian bridges, power plants in 4 hours if there is no deal happening. And also Iran hits back at US. Iran reacts. A spokesperson of Khatam al-Albiya Brigade reportedly countered Trump's threats, saying reckless threats will not affect offensive operations nor ease humiliation of United States. All right, viewers, we are getting a big breaking news development. Now, this pertains to a West Asian conflict, a very big development here. Now, reports suggest that Iran's Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei is unconscious and is receiving treatment in Qom. Now, reports cited an intelligence assessment, and if this intel is true, then it's a very big development that he is under severe medical condition is being treated. Iran's new Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei is receiving medical treatment in Qom city of Iran. The diplomatic memo is understood to be based on a US-Israel intelligence shared with Gulf allies, which suggests that Khamenei is unconscious and being treated for a severe medical condition. Now, reports said that it had seen the memo, which reveals the location of the Supreme Leader for the first time. So this is Iran's new Supreme Leader, Mojtaba Khamenei. Now, if we remember, Donald Trump used to make claims that he is injured, he is not well. There were earlier claims that we have killed him, and now this is the latest which is coming, and this is coming from the intelligence, US Israeli intelligence, and this is one of the biggest stories for today, where there are reports that Iran's Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei is unconscious, he's not well, he's receiving treatment, and that too in Qom. Now, reports cited an intelligence assessment. Reports say Iran's new Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei is receiving medical treatment in Qom city of Iran. The diplomatic memo is understood to be based on US-Israel intelligence shared with Gulf allies, which suggests that Khamenei is unconscious and being treated for a severe medical condition. A report said that it had seen the memo, which reveals the location of the Supreme Leader for the very first time. Mojtaba Khamenei unconscious and being treatment. It is a very big development that we are getting Mojtaba Khamenei, the Supreme Leader of Iran. Now, he is one of the primary targets. He was one of the primary targets of Iran, inside Iran from US and Israel's perspective. Now, he's Mojtaba Khamenei unconscious as the war rages on. He's reportedly unconscious, receiving urgent medical treatment in Qom, raising serious doubts over who is actually running the country amid this escalating war with the United States and Israel. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting. US media citing a US official has said that US President Donald Trump may delay the attack on Iran if he sees real signs of a deal on the horizon, and he alone holds the decision to begin destroying Iran's infrastructure at 8 p.m. EST on Tuesday. Now, Trump may delay attack on Iran. This is the latest that we are fetching. Is it another U-turn by Donald Trump? He says something, does something, never holds true to his words. Is this that, or this is a final, after the final warning, this is something else? He holds decision on destroying, as per the authorities that he is the one who will be holding the final decision. He will be deciding that whether we go forward, move ahead with the strikes or not. This is being said as per reports by US official. US media is citing a US official who has said that US President Donald Trump may delay the attack on Iran if Donald Trump sees real signs of a deal on the horizon, and he alone holds the decision to begin destroying Iran's infrastructure very soon at 8 p.m. EST. Or not more than 20 hours are left for the 48-hour ultimatum that was given by President of the United States, POTUS, that is Donald Trump, and less than the 48-hour deadline will be over in the next 19 to 20 hours. And then will he conduct strikes? Will he be bombing the bridges as he spoke? Will he be bombing the plants, the power plants? This is a very big question. And now this is the latest that we're getting. And he might delay the attack. That he might delay, that means he won't attack in this case, because IRGC is not backing down. The spokesperson of Khatman Albiya has strongly responded to Donald Trump's statement, and they have warned that our attacks will continue no matter what. Now, this is again another big development, because Donald Trump this time had given a very big warning to Iran, and Iran even went on to ask its citizens to form human shield to prevent the bombing, and that could have proved to be more fatal and more disaster. All right, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news. King Fahad Causeway, a key bridge linking Saudi Arabia to the island of Bahrain, has been closed over threats from Iranian attack. Big breaking news that we are getting. One of the big bridges, a key bridge linking Saudi Arabia to Bahrain, has been closed. Now, there is continuous threats. These are threats that we are getting. The King Fahad Causeway, which has been closed as a precautionary measure. It's a precautionary measure to prevent any untoward incident in case. A key bridge linking Saudi Arabia to the island of Bahrain closed over threats from Iranian attack. Now, King Fahad Causeway, a key bridge linking Saudi Arabia to island Bahrain, closed over threats from Iranian attack. This is the latest and developing story. We'll get you more details on this. Well, viewers, we have lots of breaking news lined up for you. We have another breaking news development from the Middle East now. Saudi Arabia acknowledges that debris falls near energy infrastructure. Another big breaking news development that we are fetching. Saudi Arabia has said early Tuesday that seven ballistic missiles from Iran targeted the kingdom's oil infrastructure, oil-rich eastern province, with debris from the missiles crashing into the ground near energy facilities. Now, the brief statement from Major General Turki Al-Malki, a spokesman for the Saudi military, did not elaborate on the extent of the damage on the ground, though he said an assessment is underway. It wasn't clear what energy facilities had been impacted in this case, but this is Saudi Arabia acknowledging debris falls. Now, assessment underway of any potential damage. So the entire Middle East is engulfed in the conflict. It is engulfed in the West Asian conflict. They are intercepting missiles. They are giving shelter to US soldiers, and that's why IRGC continues to strike locations, especially bases in the entire Middle East and even beyond. They are trying to hit US bases and US targets. And the complete Middle Eastern region, in the West Asian region, conflict is escalating. And now this is the reaction and confirmation by Saudi Arabia, which has acknowledged debris falling near energy infrastructure. Now, Saudi Arabia has said early Tuesday that 7 ballistic missiles from Iran targeted the kingdom's oil-rich eastern province, with debris from the missiles crashing into the ground near energy facilities. Big breaking news development. Saudi Arabia said early Tuesday that 7 ballistic missiles from Iran were going over the sky, and they tried to intercept. And now we have debris falling. Assessment underway of any potential damage that might have taken place. This is Saudi Arabia acknowledging debris falls near energy infra. All right, viewers, we have another big breaking news development that we are fetching. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has said that we are working with our international partners to keep fuel flowing for Australians. Another big breaking news development. It is the big oil, energy, oil crisis that the entire world is facing, the rising prices of oil and the pressure because there is no supply, there is no replenishment. This is the reason everybody is worried. All the countries, especially European countries also, China also, the neighboring countries of India also. Now, this is the reaction which is coming from Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, who has said that we are working with our international partners to keep fuel flowing for the Australians. Now, he's trying to mention that they are making efforts. Now, this must have been an address, a statement for the citizens of Australia to comfort them that no matter how difficult the situation is, that the government is at least trying to do something. And also, the way the prices have risen, the governments have tried to take the pressure on themselves and given a cushion for the public. And this is Australia. Australia said will shield Australians from war impact, will not let the rise in price pass on to the citizens. Australia will shield Australians from the war impact. This is Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, who has said that we are working with our international partners to keep the fuel flowing for the Australians. This is the statement that has come from Anthony Albanese over the problem of the fuel crisis. We have the entire bite, the reaction of Anthony Albanese. Let's listen in.
My government will continue to take every action we can to shield Australians from the impact of this war. This includes continuing to shore up our fuel supply. This week, on Thursday, I will head to Singapore. Australia is facing a more uncertain world, and therefore the certainty of those clear, close relationships is more important than ever. Engaging with our international partners is an important part of keeping our fuel supply flowing. My government will continue to take every action we can to shield Australians from the impact of this war. This includes continuing to shore up our fuel supply. This week, on Thursday, I will head to Singapore. Australia is facing a more uncertain world, and therefore the certainty of those clear, close relationships is more important than ever. Engaging with our international partners is an important part of keeping our fuel supply flowing.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, CIA Director John Ratcliffe has revealed details of a high-risk rescue operation that brought back a downed US airman from inside Iran, now describing it as a no-fail mission. Now, Ratcliffe said the agency relied on highly classified cutting-edge technology along with human intelligence. Now, assets to locate the pilot, calling the effort comparable to finding a grain of sand in the desert. Watch this report. CIA Director John Ratcliffe has detailed what he calls a high-stakes, no-fail rescue mission deep inside Iran.
Because it is the unique tradition of the U.S. Armed Forces that we leave no man or woman behind, this was a no-fail mission. That was the spirit in which the President put us to work, and we were determined not to let him down.
According to Ratcliffe, the operation was launched after a US F-15 airman was downed in hostile territory. He said locating the pilot was like finding a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert.
At the President's direction, we deployed both human assets and exquisite technologies that no other intelligence service in the world possesses to a daunting challenge, comparable to hunting for a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert. This was also a race against the clock, as it was critical that we locate the downed aviator as quickly as possible, while at the same time keeping our enemies misdirected. For that reason, in addition to the human and technical assets deployed by the President to find our airman, CIA executed a deception campaign to confuse the Iranians, who were desperately hunting for our airmen. On Saturday morning, we achieved our primary objective by finding and providing confirmation that one of America's best and bravest was alive and concealed in a mountain crevice, still invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA. That confirmation was relayed by Secretary Hexit to the President, and the operation quickly moved to the execution phase. Following the successful exfiltration on Saturday night, our intelligence reflects that the Iranians were embarrassed and ultimately humiliated by the success of this audacious rescue mission.
CIA did not reveal the exact nature of the technology used. But the key details of the operation are still shrouded in secrecy, with many unanswered questions surrounding covert operations in some of the world's most sensitive regions. All right, viewers, now we have another very big breaking news that we are getting right now. Now, this is Iran. An Iran official calls for youths to form human chains around power plants ahead of the threatened Trump strikes. Now, remember, Donald Trump had warned, he had given a 48 hours ultimatum to open the Strait of Hormuz. Otherwise, he will be bombing the power plants, the key bridges. Now, this is Iran. Big statement, very big statement by Iran. Iran asks the citizens to form human chains around power plants. And just imagine if people do that, what would happen? The kind of collateral damage that it might be for the US forces also, the human toll. An Iranian official on early Tuesday issued a video message calling on youths of the Islamic Republic to form human chains around power plants in the country ahead of threatened strikes by US President Donald. Now, Ali Reza Rahimi, identified by Iranian state television as the Secretary of the Supreme Council of Youth and Adolescents, issued the video call in a newscast. Now, he said, I invite all young people, athletes, artists, students and university students and their professors. Now, what kind of statement this is? This is very risky, and they are encouraging their citizens to form human chain around the power plants now, and this can prove to be very fatal. Now, remember, we are already showing you the timeline. It's already just 18 hours left, 18 hours, 43 minutes and 50 seconds left for the big strike, which will be done by Donald Trump. The clock is ticking. Donald Trump threatens Iran, and the ultimatum is going to end soon. Let's listen into what exactly has been conveyed by the Iranian official to the Iranian youth.
من از همه جوانان، ورزشکاران، هنرمندان، بچه‌های دانشجو و دانشگاهی و اساتیدمون دعوت می‌کنم.
All right, so this is the reaction that we are getting, and the kind of messaging and the kind of statements, a very dangerous statement, I would like to say. He is, as you know, Ali Reza Rahimi, and he has given this statement, and he has requested the citizens and especially the youth in Iran to form human chains around the power plants. All right, viewers, we have another big news that we need to follow. This is Donald Trump, who has alleged a major information leak during a sensitive rescue operation, calling it a threat to national security. Now, he says that the administration is hunting for the mole and warns of jail time for those responsible. Watch this report.
Donald Trump claimed that somebody had leaked the information about the missing pilots.
But these two extraordinary rescues, because it was two, and as you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour. Then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker.
He also claimed that the administration is working very hard to find the mole.
We're looking very hard to find that leaker, and talked about there's somebody missing. They basically said that we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information.
Donald Trump claimed that once the mole was found, they would be sent to jail.
So whoever it was, we think we'll be able to find it out, because we're going to go to the media company that released it, and we're going to say, national security, give it up or go to jail.
He also claimed that the leaker to be a sick person and that they did not understand the gravity of the situation.
We have to find that leaker, because that's a sick person. Probably didn't realize the extent of how bad it was. I can't imagine that the person did.
But Trump says that he is determined to find the mole, as it is a matter of national security.
but we're going to find out. It's national security, and the person that did the story will go to jail if he doesn't say, and that doesn't last long, and I think everybody would understand it. They put this mission at great risk.
As the clock is ticking for Iran, this fresh claim from the US adds a new angle to the entire search ops.
All right, viewers, now we have another big breaking news development, and this is that the IDF soldiers have eliminated the terrorists, as they call it, from Hezbollah's anti-tank missile unit in a mosque and located dozens of weapons now over the last few weeks. Now, IDF troops from the 91st Division have been operating in southern Lebanon and have continued the targeted ground operation with the aim of defending the residents of northern Israel. This is the IDF speaking. The soldiers identified Hezbollah anti-tank terrorists who had positioned themselves inside a mosque in the area. Now, following the identification, the soldiers eliminated the terrorists and dismantled the compound in order to remove the threat to IDF soldiers and Israeli civilians. Now, this is the latest that we are fetching. Israeli forces, the IDF, have eliminated terrorists from the Hezbollah unit. Now, they were a threat to the soldiers of the IDF. Now, they were anti-tank operations group that was there. Now, they were inside a mosque. This was an anti-tank missile unit inside a mosque. And the IDF soldiers have eliminated them, the anti-tank missile unit, in a mosque and located dozens of weapons. Now, over the last few weeks, IDF troops from the 91st Division have been operating in southern Lebanon and have continued the targeted ground operation with the aim of defending the residents of northern Israel. The soldiers identified Hezbollah anti-tank terrorists who had positioned themselves inside a mosque in the area. Following the identification, the soldiers eliminated the terrorists and dismantled the compound in order to remove the threat to IDF soldiers and Israeli civilians. Now, we are also getting the visuals of the attack on your screens, the various attacks which took place, the various operations that are ongoing. IDF is known to release the footages, the graphics, and the maps of the strikes it conducts as a proof that we are not targeting civilians, and these were our legitimate targets, and that's why we are striking them. And these are one of the visuals, as you can see, the plumes of smoke after, and the debris that can be seen after they have struck the building which they allege was a shelter for the anti-tank missile unit, which was a very big threat to the Israeli soldiers and also to Israeli civilians. Now, this is the continued attack on Hezbollah by Israel, by the IDF inside Lebanon, in southern Lebanon. The action is happening as we speak. Hezbollah's organization's assets are being attacked by the IDF. Now, these are the terrorists who took shelter inside a building, inside a mosque, as they say, and this has been eliminated. The targets have been eliminated by the IDF soldiers. This is the latest visual that we are getting on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Latest visuals of the strike which has been conducted by the IDF, by the Israeli Defense Forces. The terrorists have been eliminated. Now, this is an aerial footage, most probably a drone footage of the strike which took place, and the strike must also have been taken place using a drone in this case, and you can clearly see the devastation, the aftermath, the before and after of the strike. There's debris there are plumes of smoke, there's dust everywhere after the strike, and IDF claims the terrorists have been eliminated. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, US Defense Secretary Pete Hexit has issued a strong warning to Iran, claiming American forces executed deep strikes with precision and dominance. Now, he says Iran's military has been left embarrassed and warns Tehran to choose wisely as US operations intensify. Watch this report.
Pete Hexit claimed that Iran's military is embarrassed and humiliated, and that Donald Trump did not hesitate.
When American airmen were down behind enemy lines, our forces and our president did not hesitate. Special operators supported by elite air crews and intelligence professionals moved swiftly and decisively into treacherous mountain terrain, under the constant threat of Iranian forces closing in. Ultimately, it was an impotent Iranian threat. And today, as the CIA director mentioned, Iran's military, and we know this, is embarrassed and humiliated, and they should be.
He also claimed that Iranians are still in awe about the operation.
This was not just barely into Iran, this was deep into Iran, involving coordinated strikes to suppress threats, deception tactics to protect our teams, and full synchronization across air, ground, and special operations. The Iranians are still asking themselves right now, how did the Americans do this?
He also asked Iran to choose wisely, as President Trump does not bluff.
Under his command, America projects power with confidence and brings our people home with victory. And that continues today, by the way. Per the president's direction, today will be the largest volume of strikes since day one of this operation. Tomorrow, even more than today. And then Iran has a choice. Choose wisely, because this president does not play around. You can ask Soleimani, you can ask Maduro, you can ask Khomeini.
Pete Hexit also said that this operation should be a clear message to Tehran.
To our adversaries watching from Tehran, let this be a clear message. The United States military will go anywhere, at any time, to protect our own and complete the mission. We execute with precision. We control the sky.
He also claimed that US flew for over 7 hours and Iran did nothing about it.
We flew for 7 hours in daylight over Iran to get the first pilot. And we flew 7 hours in the middle of the night to get the second. And Iran did nothing about it. We fight with honor, and under President Trump's leadership, we win.
With now US openly threatening Iran, will the war escalate even further, or will Iran sign a deal with the US?
All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Donald Trump says Iran could be taken out in one night as Tuesday deadline looms.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to.
ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
Corrector, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now, even as deadline looms, Iran is in no mood to bow down. An Iranian official has in fact asked all the youth to form human chains around key civilian infrastructure in Iran. This is the latest that we have from the war in West Asia. We get to this and all the latest, but first, let's take a look at the headlines. The Supreme Court has formally notified the constitution of a 9-judge Constitution bench, which will commence hearing on 7th of April in the long-pending Sabarimala review matter. Amid unrest in Manipur, a bomb launched by Kuki groups resulted in the killing of 2 minor children at Bishnupur district in the early morning of 7th of April. Armed Kuki members were seen evacuating Kuki civilians to safer places as tensions escalate in Manipur's clashes. Air India CEO Campbell Wilson steps down amid losses and operational setbacks for the company. PM Modi hails India's defining step in civil nuclear journey at the fast breeder reactor attains criticality. NASA's Artemis II astronauts are officially farther from Earth than any human being has ever gone before.
The entire country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
Donald Trump says Iran could be taken out in one night as Tuesday deadline looms large.
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night.
Donald Trump threatens to destroy all Iran bridges, power plants in 4 hours if there is no deal. A spokesperson of Khatam Al-Anbiya Brigade reportedly countered Donald Trump's threats, says reckless threats will not affect offensive operations, will not erase humiliation for United States. All right, viewers, we have a big breaking news where Supreme Court has officially commenced the review of 2018 Sabarimala ruling. The 9-judge bench constituted by the Supreme Court has begun the hearing on the petitions seeking to review the 2018 Apex Court order that bans the restriction of all women entry to Sabarimala temple. Now, as per the restrictions, which is now currently in place, the women of age 10 to 50 or menstruating age are not supposed to enter the temple, but the court had termed it discriminatory unconstitutional and against the constitutional guarantees in the verdict. Now, before the verdict was pronounced in 2019, the court had asked the Kerala state government about its stance on the issue. The government had favoured permitting all women to enter Sabarimala. However, there was a massive protest following the 2018 order, and the people in large numbers went to streets as a protest measure. Now we have Supreme Court commencing the review petition hearing of that 2018 verdict. There was a massive protest after the 2018 verdict, and people in large numbers went to streets to protest the measure. The state also offered support and police protection to several women to enter Sabarimala, ignoring the protest, but the state had to witness unprecedented resistance from the devotees, and the women could not enter the temple. It provided a major setback to the CPM-led LDF government, as it definitely failed drastically in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. And this is the breaking that we have visuals live from Supreme Court, where the review petition is now being heard. A 9-judge bench hearing the review petition and going to decide on the verdict, in fact, that was given by the Apex Court in 2018. The order banned the restriction on all women entry to Sabarimala. And now we have, all right, we have our two correspondents. In fact, first I would like to go to Shambhavi, who is live with us from New Delhi, covering this very important case. Shambhavi, the Supreme Court is officially hearing the review petition today. What is the latest that you're getting?
Well, definitely a very important day in this case, where the review petition is set to be heard. The hearing has started, although they are deciding on the logistics at the moment as to how to proceed with the hearing. And very, very important day, because this will continue for a few days, where the Supreme Court will be deciding on its 2018 judgment. Just for a quick review for our viewers, Sabarimala is a very famous shrine of Lord Ayyappa, and Lord Ayyappa is considered to be a celibate deity, so women of menstruating age, that is from 10 to 50 years, they're not allowed to enter the temple. But in 2018, the Supreme Court gave a decision that women will be allowed, in fact, inside the temple, because this goes against right to equality, right against discrimination, and freedom of religion for women. All these three things were being violated by this religious practice. That is what the court believed in. After this, there were massive protests in Kerala, and there were several review petitions filed challenging this, after which it was again, the question was raised and deferred to a larger bench. The Supreme Court did not put a stay on its decision, but it did refer this to a larger bench, and now a 9-judge constitution bench is set up to hear this review petition. There will be contentions made from both ends, citing the positivities and the negativities of the order, pointing out why should the court or the constitution bench uphold its decision of 2018, as it goes against right to equality, and also what goes against it, that it's an essential religious practice. Now, what they will be deciding on is not just Sabarimala alone. They'll be discussing, they'll be talking about the larger questions, larger constitutional questions will be put before the bench, where it means that what are essential religious practices? Does faith override fundamental rights? So such questions will be considered by the bench, and a very, very crucial hearing day for this Sabarimala verdict. Back to you.
Absolutely, Shambhavi. And we are also, viewers, now being joined by Shankar from Kerala. Shankar, of course, we cannot expect the verdict to come anytime soon, because we also have hearings taking place from April 14th, in fact, of those petitioners who are going to oppose the petitioners who are being heard currently in Supreme Court, so essentially in favor of the 2018 verdict. So those petitions will also be heard later on during this week. In fact, what is the latest that you have?
Yes, the million-dollar question now is the response of the state government on this issue. Like the government was supporting the entry of all aged women to Sabarimala in 2018, and it was on the basis of the affidavit filed by the state government in 2018. The Supreme Court made a landmark ruling in which the restriction on the entry of old-age women to Sabarimala was banned. The restriction was banned by the Supreme Court by an order in 2018. But later, following the order, several women, several social activists and other women from Kerala and even from outside the state of Kerala showed the support of the state government in entering the shrine. But due to the opposition and the resistance and the massive protest from devotees, they could not do. But the state government provided them police protection to help them enter the temple, and it created a huge agitation in the state of in Kerala against the state government, and the result was the CPM-led LDF government faced a major setback in the upcoming Lok Sabha elections. Out of the 20 Lok Sabha constituencies, the CPM-led LDF government lost all the 19 with just a victory in one seat. That taught a lesson to the CPM-led LDF government, and they had a rethink on the stance which was taken on the Sabarimala issue. And in 2019, around 50 petitions, the Supreme Court received around 50 petitions demanding to rethink or reconsider the order of the 2018 order. Due to COVID, the court could not consider the matter for several years, and in 2023, the court considered it again, and recently in January this year, the Supreme Court asked the state government to file an affidavit on the current status of the state government. This time, the CPM-led LDF government took a U-turn and filed a new affidavit in which it supports the rethinking or reconsideration of the 2018 order, as they clearly state that they are not supporting the entry of women in Kerala, but also the state government told the Supreme Court in the affidavit that the opinion of all the religious scholars and the social reformers of the state Kerala must be considered before delivering an order in this regard. This clearly indicates that the state government has taken a U-turn in the order, in the stance which the LDF government had taken in 2018. Now they do not want to make any issue ahead of the assembly polls, which is to be held on April 9. 2 days later, the state is gearing up for the assembly elections, and the state government wants to avoid any kind of public agitation against the government due to this issue. So they wisely and tactically told the Supreme Court that they are not in favor of women entering Sabarimala, but they want the Supreme Court to reconsider the 2018 order. It was done with an intention to suppress or to reduce the anchor, the public agitation against.
All right, thank you so much,
government.
Shankar. Thank you so much for getting us the latest in this. And viewers, this is a 35-year timeline. We are talking about 1991. Kerala High Court upheld restriction of women's entry into the temple. In 2006, there was a plea which was filed in Supreme Court by Indian Young Lawyers Association challenging the ban, and in 2018, 5-judge Supreme Court bench declared restrictions as unconstitutional, and in 2019, in fact, the case was referred to a larger bench of 7 judges to examine the religious freedoms. And today, 9-judge bench begins its hearing into the review petitions to address legal questions. And viewers, shifting our focus to some more national news, in a major political flashpoint, the Rajya Sabha chairman has rejected the opposition's move to remove Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar. The decision comes after a high-voltage push by opposition MPs, but the motion has now been ruled out at the very first stage. Take a look at this detailed report.
A big setback for the opposition in Parliament. The Rajya Sabha chairman has rejected the notice seeking removal of Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar. The motion, backed by several opposition MPs, was not admitted after the review. This effectively stops the process at the very first stage. The opposition had accused the CEC of partisan conduct and irregularities in electoral processes. In fact, this was a rare and unprecedented move, with notices submitted in both houses of parliament. But after a detailed examination, the chairman ruled that the motion did not meet the required criteria. The Lok Sabha Speaker too has rejected a similar notice. The decision now shifts the political battle outside Parliament, with the opposition likely to continue its attack and the government holding its ground. The bigger question now, is this the end of the road or just the beginning of a larger political showdown?
And now viewers, getting you some news from Assam, where Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma in Sonitpur, Assam, has threatened a legal action against Congress leader Pawan Khera following allegations levelled by him regarding his wife's foreign assets. Now, Himanta Sarma termed the claims malicious, vowing that Pawan Khera will face consequences and that the BJP will win over 100 seats in the upcoming elections. And viewers, we have a big breaking news coming in, where Bangladesh Foreign Minister Khalilur Rahman will begin a 3-day visit to India on Tuesday, that's today, the first by a senior Bangladeshi minister since Prime Minister Tariq Rahman assumed office. Now, Tariq Rahman's schedule in Delhi signals an early push by both sides to stabilize and deepen ties. So the foreign minister is all set to visit India today. He is slated to hold back-to-back meetings with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal and Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri, reflecting the breadth of engagement spanning security, trade and energy. So very crucial visit by Bangladeshi Foreign Minister Khalilur Rahman, who is all set to arrive in India today. In fact, you are getting the visuals of his arrival in India. In fact, we'll get you the latest in this. These are the visuals that we're getting you of Khalilur Rahman. He's all set to arrive in India today. And viewers, CIA Director John Ratcliffe has revealed details of a high-risk rescue operation that brought back downed US airmen from inside Iran. Describing it as a no-fail mission, Ratcliffe said that the agency relied on highly classified cutting-edge technology along with human intelligence assets to locate the pilot, calling the effort comparable to finding a grain of sand in the desert. Let's listen in to that.
CIA Director John Ratcliffe has detailed what he calls a high-stakes, no-fail rescue mission deep inside Iran.
Because it is the unique tradition of the U.S. Armed Forces that we leave no man or woman behind, this was a no-fail mission. That was the spirit in which the President put us to work, and we were determined not to let him down.
According to Ratcliffe, the operation was launched after a US F-15 airman was downed in hostile territory. He said locating the pilot was like finding a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert.
At the President's direction, we deployed both human assets and exquisite technologies that no other intelligence service in the world possesses to a daunting challenge, comparable to hunting for a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert. This was also a race against the clock, as it was critical that we locate the downed aviator as quickly as possible, while at the same time keeping our enemies misdirected. For that reason, in addition to the human and technical assets deployed by the President to find our airmen, CIA executed a deception campaign to confuse the Iranians who were desperately hunting for our airmen. On Saturday morning, we achieved our primary objective by finding and providing confirmation that one of America's best and bravest was alive and concealed in a mountain crevice, still invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA. That confirmation was relayed by Secretary Hexit to the President, and the operation quickly moved to the execution phase. Following the successful exfiltration on Saturday night, our intelligence reflects that the Iranians were embarrassed and ultimately humiliated by the success of this audacious rescue mission.
CIA did not reveal the exact nature of the technology used. But the key details of the operation are still shrouded in secrecy, with many unanswered questions surrounding covert operations in some of the world's most sensitive regions.
And viewers, we are getting another breaking news where Malaysia's Foreign Ministry said Tuesday that one of 7 Malaysian commercial vessels is stranded in the Strait of Hormuz has been allowed to pass and is now heading to its destination. Now, the ministry said that this followed diplomatic talks with Iranian officials led by Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim. It did not give any further details about this but confirms the development post talks with Iran. Now, Malaysia reaffirmed its support for safe and open sea routes under international law. The Foreign Ministry has said this in a statement. It also called for continued dialogue to maintain peace and stability in the region. So, one of 7 Malaysian vessels to pass through Hormuz. A big breaking that we are covering, where there were 7 ships, in fact, that were vying to pass to transit the Strait of Hormuz, but one of it has now been allowed to pass and is now heading towards its destination. This development we are getting you after a statement was released by the Malaysian authorities. And viewers, shifting our focus to South Korea now. South Korea's intelligence agency now believes that Kim Jong-un's daughter, Kim Joo-ae, is being groomed as his successor. Now, the assessment comes after her increasing public appearances, including a recent display where she was seen driving a tank. Now, while there is no official confirmation from North Korea, her growing prominence is being viewed as a strong signal of a planned leadership transition. More in this report.
South Korea's spy agency now believes that North Korean leader Kim Jong-un's teenage daughter, Kim Joo-ae, has been designated as a successor. The comments came after a recent public display of Kim Jong-un's daughter driving a tank that was likely intended to quell any doubts about her status.
구체적인 표현을 사용을 했습니다. 단계적으로 국정원장이 김주애의 지위에 대해서 설명을 했습니다만, 오늘은 정확하게 의원들의 2사람의 질의가 있었고, 거기에 대해서 김주애는 후계자로 보는 게 맞느냐라는 질의에 대해서 국정원장은 후계자로 봐도 될 것 같다라는 표현을 하셨고, 거기에 대해서
The assessment by South Korea's intelligence service marked yet another outside recognition of the girl's rising political standing. Though there has been no confirmation that she's been formally anointed as her father's successor.
의원들의 질문 중에서 김여정의 불만이라든지 문제제기가 내부적으로 있을 수 있지 않느냐라는 유사한 질문이 있었습니다. 거기에 대해서 김여정은 실질적인 권력이 없다는 것을 이번에 인사를 통해서 확인된 것이다라고 표현을 했고, 과연 신빙성 있는 분석이냐라는 의원의 질문에 대해서 이것은 단순하게 정황 정도의 판단이 아니고 신빙성 있는 첩보를 바탕으로 해서 판단한 것이라는 게 이전 국정원의 보고에 있어서의 김주애에 대한 지위에 대한 판단과 상당히 달라진 점이다라고 말씀을 드릴 수 있습니다.
In a closed-door briefing, South Korea's intelligence agency chief also said that there have been no reports of any protest from Kim's sister and senior official Kim Yo-jong. Kim Yo-jong has been long regarded as North Korea's number 2 figure. Kim Joo-ae came into limelight since she's increasingly accompanied her father through numerous high-profile events such as weapons tests, military parades and her father's trip to Beijing since late 2022.
नॉर्थ ईस्ट में 19 समझौते किए, अकेले आसाम से 10,000 युवाओं ने हथियार डालकर मेन स्ट्रीम किया। मैं आज श्री भूमि वालों को पूछना चाहता हूं, अब बम धमाके होते हैं भाई क्या? जोर से बोलो, होते हैं? गोलीबारी होती है? घुसपैठिया परेशान करता है क्या? नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार, हमने असम में शांति लाने का काम किया भाइयों बहनों, और आगे चलकर हम असम को देश के बाकी प्रदेशों जैसा विकसित प्रदेश बनाने का है। लाखों करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट आ रहा है। बोगीज बिल जैसे 6 ब्रिज बने हैं, हजारों किलोमीटर नेशनल हाईवे बने हैं। और बराबरी वालों, मेरी बात ध्यान से सुनना, अगले 5 साल में हम आसाम को बाढ़ फ्री आसाम बनाने जा रहे हैं। क्षेत्र है बिहार, बंगाल, उड़ीसा, मध्य प्रदेश और पूरे नॉर्थ ईस्ट से चाय बागान के श्रमिक आए हैं, अपना पसीना बहाकर मेहनत से चाय उद्योग को खड़ा किया। 2014 के पहले कांग्रेस के शासन में चाय बागान में श्रमिकों का वेतन 94, हमने बराक घाटी में 94 से बढ़ाकर 258 किया है, और अगले 5 साल में इसको 500 रुपया तक ले जाने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी। 3 और 4 में चाय बागान के 1000 युवाओं को नौकरी दी है। एटीकली दूध की पाठ योजना में 5,000 रुपए की सहायता 6 लाख श्रमिकों को दी गई। 120 मॉडल स्कूल चाय बागान में आजादी के बाद पहली बार बने, और 707 चाय बागानों के 3.5 लाख श्रमिकों को भूमि पट्टा देने की शुरुआत की। श्री भूमि और पाथरकंडी में 675 करोड़ से श्री भूमि
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7.
The Supreme Court has formally notified the constitution of a 9-judge constitution bench, which has now commenced hearing of the long-pending Sabarimala review matter. Amid unrest in Manipur, 2 children have lost their lives. Armed Kuki members were seen evacuating Kuki civilians to safer places as tensions escalate in Manipur's clashes. Air India CEO Campbell Wilson steps down amid losses and operational setbacks. Prime Minister Narendra Modi hails India's defining step in civil nuclear journey as fast breeder reactor attains criticality. NASA's Artemis II astronauts are officially farther from Earth than any human being has ever gone before.
Tree can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
Donald Trump says Iran could be taken out in one night as Tuesday deadline looms large.
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night.
Trump threatens to destroy all Iran bridges, power plants in 4 hours if there is no deal. A spokesperson of Khatam al-Anbiya Brigade reportedly countered Donald Trump's threats, saying reckless threats will not affect offensive operations nor erase humiliation of the United States.
All right, viewers, we have a big breaking news that is coming in. Shifting our focus to the West Asian conflict, the US President Donald Trump has said on Monday that he demanded that the journalist who first reported that an airman in Iran had been rescued reveal how they got that information and threatened to jail them if they refused. Now, Trump's remarks at a White House press conference represented a significant escalation of the administration's attacks on the press. The president has privately complained to the aides in recent weeks that the media coverage of the US-Israeli war on Iran has been too negative, and Trump and his allies have publicly criticized some news organizations' coverage after a US fighter jet was shot down over Iran on Friday. Several media outlets reported that one of the 2 airmen on board had been successfully recovered by US rescue forces. So this is the latest which are getting. Trump said that the disclosure had threatened the security of the ongoing operation to rescue the 2nd airman, though that airman was eventually successfully recovered. So he's threatening the reporter that how come you got the information. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, Donald Trump has made a series of explosive claims on Iran, saying there has been a regime change, even as he insists that this was never the objective. From hinting at a secret military plan to claiming Iranians are urging continued strikes, Trump's remarks have raised serious questions about the ground reality and what comes next in the conflict. Watch this report.
In the latest briefing from the White House, Trump claims that there has been a regime change in Iran.
We have regime change, but we didn't do this for regime change. We did it for the fact, and my view was very simple. I saw somebody said, oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is.
He also laid down the plan he has in store for Iran.
We're going to attack at 9:47 in the morning, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to... And if you don't do that, they say, I have a plan. These people know what the plan is. Everybody here knows what the plan is. But it's very unfair to say, because I don't mind being insulted. I've been insulted for many years by the fake news. But you can't. It's so bad for people that are so you just saw two great, and John Ratcliffe, three unbelievable people. They have a plan. Every single thing has been thought out by all of us.
He also claimed that the people of Iran are asking to be bombed.
They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back.
He also claims that the people of Iran are demanding freedom.
These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot.
Trump also claims that it is very difficult to protest in Iran.
They don't tell you the real facts. Women, men, gays. How about gays for Iran? They kill the gays. They throw them off buildings. So I wonder what's going on. I can only say this. They want us to keep bombing, even if it jeopardizes, because their life is in much greater danger. They want freedom for Iran, but it's very hard for them to protest. I actually tell them, I said, don't go out. I fully understand. Nobody in this room would go out. I don't think there's any, because frankly, it's not a question of bravery. We're all brave, right? You're brave, I'm brave, we're all brave. But we're also intelligent. If you have people shooting at you, expert shots with the best rifles you can get, and hitting you right between the eyes every single time, and you're looking here and you're seeing and you're looking here, you're out of there. I don't care who it is.
He also claimed that not everyone was on board with the military operations.
No, there was military people, very professional, that preferred not doing it. These two were totally on board, which was very important. They weren't, it would have had a little difficulty. But no, there were military people that said, you just don't do this. You don't go into the heart of a very powerful military. You know, this is, hey, you have countries and countries. You have some countries where military is not their strong suit.
With Trump now claiming that Iran has had a regime change, it has left people wondering what comes next for Iran.
All right, we have another big breaking news that we are getting right now. We have an update from the Ministry of Defense of Saudi Arabia, wherein the claim interception and destruction of 18 drones during the past hours have been made. So very big development there. This is a claim by the Ministry of Defense, the MOD of Saudi Arabia, wherein the claim has been made that they have intercepted, and also not just intercepted, but successfully destroyed the 18 drones during the past hours. So the entire Middle Eastern region continues to be a conflict zone where the war is escalating to unprecedented levels. And this is the update that we are getting from the Ministry of Defense of Saudi Arabia. Their claim of destroying, and not just destroying, intercepting and destroying 18 drones during the past hours. This is among the many attacks by the Iranian regime over the assets of United States, over United States military assets located in the Middle Eastern region. And also there are strikes on infrastructure, which is very critical to Saudi Arabia and the Middle Eastern nations, which is exactly why everybody is so concerned. And the missiles are being intercepted. Hundreds and thousands of missiles have been intercepted since the war began. And this is the latest, where 18 drones, ladies and gentlemen, 18 Iranian drones have been intercepted by the Ministry of Defense. As per the claims of Saudi Arabia, their military has intercepted 18 drones during the past hours. All right, viewers, we are getting another big breaking news development, and this is the IDF, which has claimed that they have eliminated the terrorists from Hezbollah, the terrorists of Hezbollah, of the anti-tank missile unit, the terrorists that have been taken out, which is the claim by the IDF. Now, they were inside a mosque, allegedly inside a mosque, anti-tank missile unit in a mosque, and IDF had located dozens of weapons over the last few weeks. Now, IDF troops from the 91st Division have been operating in southern Lebanon and have continued the targeted ground operation with the aim of defending the residents of northern Israel. The soldiers identified Hezbollah anti-tank terrorists who had positioned themselves inside a mosque in that area. Now, following the identification, the soldiers eliminated the terrorists and dismantled the compound in order to remove the threat to IDF soldiers and Israeli civilians. All right, for more details, we have our colleague Nayan joining us live from the newsroom for more details on what exactly unfolded in that location, because it is a very big claim that now they have struck a mosque, which what we are getting to know, the terrorists were inside a mosque. This was Hezbollah's anti-tank terrorist unit, the mobile unit that is present there. What details do you have, Nayan?
I have some additional details for you. The troops identified as a terrorist observing them from a structure. The coordination with the ground troops, the Israel forces carried out a rapid targeting cycle and eliminated the terrorists. In fact, additionally, the IDF troops have eliminated terrorist cells and located many weapons used by the organization's terrorists to advance terror attacks. Now, these are among the weapons located were the explosive device, various types of arm fires, magazines, and much more. Over to you.
All right, Nayan. Thanks a lot for the details. It's a very big development. Now Israel claims striking the terrorists. Thanks a lot, Nayan, for the latest updates. We'll come back to you as more details unfold. Now let's move on to another big breaking development. Now let's move on to Manipur. We have a fresh visuals surfacing amidst the unrest in Manipur. New visuals amid unrest and clashes in Manipur. The unexploded long-range missile rocket. Now remember, we were the first to break this news. The long-range missile rocket is ready to be defused by the bomb squad team. Just imagine, this was a rocket that was used inside Indian territory, and this was used to attack homes where two little children were killed. Two little children, just 5 years old, one 5 years old and another one, the nearly 5-month-old child. Both of them succumbed to their injuries. Now, rocket launcher Lathore bomb fitted at GI pipe pointing towards the house of the Meitei villager. This is the new visual amid the unrest and clashes in Manipur. This is the visual of the launcher, the rocket, which we are getting to know. Now, this was used, just imagine the kind of destruction such weapons can possess. Now, these are not weapons for ordinary use. These are military-grade weapons in this case, and they can cause a lot of destruction to civilian infrastructure, to be particular, especially houses now, and this is one of the reasons. All right, we have Johnson with us for more details in this story. Johnson is joining us live from Manipur, from Thronglaubi. Johnson, it's very sad that the little children died in this case. One was merely just 5-year-old. The other one was a 5-month-old child. But we're getting to know that advanced weaponry was used in this case. Now, what kind of weapon? If you can put this into perspective and explain what exactly was the kind of weapon that was used. Was it a rocket launcher or some sort of a short missile? What was it, Johnson? Yeah, please unmute your audio, Johnson. I would request you.
Okay, so see, this is one of the one of the most inhuman these armed conflict groups targeting types of the civilians. Yes, as seen in the visual, I have shared. This is not only an RPG rocket launcher, long range missile, but the thing is, it is fitted with a GI pipe, and also the GI pipe is made as an IED, and which make this rocket launcher, which make this RPG more, more strong and more, more dangerous. So right now, this at 11:35 approx, the bomb diffuser squad, yes, bomb diffuser squad have diffused this, RC IED that has been, recovered from just the courtyard of the deceased family itself. And in my hand, this, I show you, this is the splinter of the diffused RC IED, and in the background, many, the public of the Thronglaubi area and also from various locations, they have gathered here. They have even seized the Moran police station. And, the thing is, the area is still tense. And right now, the mother of the 2 child has completed his operation and still is in the ICU, and her condition is not exactly known. It can be any time, unwanted news might come up at any time because her health condition is too serious. So regarding this weapon, this weapon is RPG, which is also known as lead bomb, used mainly by this armed conflict group, and this is the exact spot diffused RCID with safety, concerning the safety of the public. And yes, this RCID, the GI pipe that has been used by this armed conflict group. Inside the GI pipe, many harmful materials, iron rods, and small, IED-like materials have been fitted inside this same GI pipe, which makes this RCID the strongest and the more dangerous that can cause thousands of lives at a time of explosion.
Locals, they are saying that it was fired from a very long distance. Now, if you can explain how this might have been utilized, how it might have been fired from a very far location, the kind of weaponry, and how it was pointed towards the Meitei house. Now, this is the question that we would like you to reflect upon and give us the answers, the details of it. And then later, how was it diffused?
Yes, this was as per the report from the public, from these local villagers. Let me show you some of the background here. It is there are many central security forces camps, but it is reported by the public that this unexploded RCID might be planned by those armed miscreants, armed groups, by coming down from the hill range and by passing through this paddy field, and the house of the deceased family is just by the side of this National Highway 2 Imphal to Kanpur road. And also, luckily, during the time of fitting this RCID, as per the report, it doesn't explode, but the bomb diffuser squad rushed to the spot, direct spot where this bomb diffuser squad directly rushed to the spot, the exact spot where this RCID is planted. And, with full safety measures, they first, unpin, like they cut the wire, and then they took out to some safer flats in the field area, and then, they diffused, concerning the public safety only.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for the details, Johnson. We'll just listen to the nats of how it was diffused, the bomb that was diffused, the explosive that was diffused. All right, so these were the visuals from Manipur. Now they were diffusing the bomb, and it was the unexploded bomb, an explosive that was diffused. It was fired from a rocket launcher fitted at GI pipe pointing towards the Meitei houses. All right, visuals, as you can see, this is the exact moment the bomb was diffused. The projectile was diffused. It was fired from a rocket launcher, Lathor bomb, fitted at GI pipe pointing towards the Meitei house. So, all right, viewers, we are getting another big breaking news right now at this moment on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Assam police reaches Pawan Khera's house. Latest development coming in from Assam police reaches Pawan Khera's residence. This latest development over the allegation, over the charges which were made by Pawan Khera. Now, there was an FIR also that was lodged by Himanta Biswa Sarma. Has said that his wife has filed an FIR against Pawan Khera over allegations that she holds multiple foreign passports, asserting the claims are based on fabricated documents. Now, Assam police reaches Pawan Khera's residence. This is a very big development. Assam Chief Minister's wife had filed an FIR against Pawan Khera. Now, she had, over the allegations that she holds multiple foreign passports, she asserted that the claims are based on fabricated documents. Now, this was confirmed earlier by Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. All right, we have our correspondent Anirudh on a phone line for more details on the story. Anirudh, if you can share the latest details, we are getting to know that the Assam police have reached Pawan Khera's residence.
Yes, Pawan Khera, Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife, Rinki Bhuya Sarma, has filed a police complaint, and also FIR was lodged in this regard. And Pawan Khera has, it has been alleged that by the Chief Minister and his wife that Pawan Khera has made baseless allegation, and the entire documents which he had put in front of the media, those were false, those were AI generated, and also the passports, the original passports were also produced by the Chief Minister yesterday when he briefed the media in the morning yesterday, stating that those documents are clearly phased, and it was taken out from a Pakistani Facebook group. Pakistanis in Assam. This was a Facebook group from where this passport was picked up. It was a lost passport from where the golden visa of Rinki Bhuya Sarma was photoshopped by the Congress, and they tried to portray it as it belonged to Rinki Bhuya Sarma. Acting on the police complaint, Assam police team has went to Pawan Khera's residence. Yesterday, Pawan Khera went back from Guwahati, and it is being said by police that Pawan Khera's arrest is imminent in this matter. Studio.
All right, so yes, definitely a very big development. Assam police reaches Pawan Khera's residence. Now, Himanta Biswa Sarma had already alleged that there is Pakistani links behind the allegations which are being leveled by the Congress party. Now, Himanta has already alleged that Pawan Khera yesterday and Gaurav Gogoi did 2 press conferences, one in Delhi and one in Guwahati. And we did our research. We found that the entire material of press conference came from. All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break now. Don't go anywhere. We have a lot more lined up coming up next. Air India CEO Campbell Wilson steps down amidst losses and operational setbacks. We'll get you all the details of this coming up next.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिंह MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिंह
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think this is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think this is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
First time.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Trump says Iran could be taken out in one night as Tuesday deadline looms. Trump threatens to destroy all Iran bridges, power plants in 4 hours if there is no deal. Violence breaks out in Moirang and Bishnupur areas of Manipur. Kuki groups open fire, 2 children killed in attack. Imphal-Churachandpur highway blocked after violence. Tires, oil tankers burnt. Schools to remain closed along the Imphal-Churachandpur highway. Prime Minister Modi hails a defining step in civil nuclear journey as Kalpakkam fast breeder reactor attains criticality. Air India CEO Campbell Wilson steps down before tenure end in 2027. Wilson resigns amid losses and operational setbacks. Hello and welcome. You're watching Live Report with me, Shawan Sen, the show that sets the agenda for the day. We're starting with some breaking news now coming in from the national capital, where Assam police has reached the residence of Congress leader Pawan Khera. This after allegations were levelled by Pawan Khera against Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife of holding multiple passports. A strong response came in from the Assam Chief Minister saying that these are fake. In fact, Assam Chief Minister's wife, Riniki, also spoke on this entire matter, saying that these were AI-generated passports and the fact that they are going to file a criminal defamation case against Pawan Khera. It now turns out that Assam police has also filed an FIR based on a complaint that has been filed by Assam Chief Minister's wife, Riniki. In fact, this is only intensified as polling has is coming close, and now charges and counter charges coming in on this entire matter. Assam police team has reached the residence of Pawan Khera. In fact, along with Assam police, Delhi police is also present. We are given to understand that they are essentially trying to assist the Assam police for further interrogation of Congress leader Pawan Khera. This after several allegations have been levelled. We are also getting in live visuals coming in from Pawan Khera's residence. Our sister network, Republic Bharat, getting us the latest details, and the first set of visuals coming in from Pawan Khera's residence. We'll go live right now to those visuals. Can we cut to those images coming in from our sister network, Republic Bharat, as my colleague Manav getting us those first visuals of Assam police reaching the spot, in fact, at Pawan Khera's residence where the questioning is taking place. This, in fact, is not the first time that Pawan Khera is actually being questioned by the Assam police. In the past too, a similar case was also filed by the Assam police. There too, relief actually came in from the court, but this time Pawan Khera making some allegations against Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife, and he went on to maintain that there is further evidence. In fact, as a response coming in from Assam Chief Minister's wife, Riniki, she has categorically pointed out that these are fake charges. In fact, we'd also try and get the first response that came in from Riniki late last evening. In fact, Riniki, Assam Chief Minister's wife, spoke to ANI last evening. We'll pull up that bite and present that in a short while from now. In fact, we'll also try and go across to those latest images coming in from Pawan Khera's residence, outside Pawan Khera's residence, where we are given to understand the police has also reached. My
असम पुलिस पहुंची हुई है, लेकिन यहाँ पर दिल्ली पुलिस के पुख्ता इंतजामात हैं। मीडिया को पहले ही यहाँ पर रोक दिया गया है क्योंकि असम पुलिस की रेड अभी पवन खेड़ा के घर पर लगातार जारी है। तो दिल्ली पुलिस की तरफ से ये कहा जा रहा है कि आगे मीडिया की एंट्री नहीं है, मीडिया को नहीं जाने दिया जाएगा। लेकिन यहाँ पर सवाल ये भी खड़े होते हैं कि असम पुलिस घर के अंदर रेड कर रही है, क्या पवन खेड़ा से पूछताछ कर रही है, क्योंकि लगातार इस तरीके की खबरें भी वहां से आ रही है। लेकिन हमारी कोशिश ये है कि हम यहाँ से थोड़ा आगे बढ़े और आगे बढ़ के कोशिश करें अपने दर्शकों को वो तस्वीरें दिखा पाए जहां पर इस समय असम पुलिस मौजूद है और असम पुलिस जहां पर रेड कर रही है। आप हाथ मत लगाइए मुझे, हाँ, मैं आपके अधिकारी से बात कर लेता हूं, तो देखिए हमारी कोशिश ये है कि हम वो तस्वीरें दिखा पाए क्योंकि ये कहा जा रहा है कि जो दावा किया गया, ये देखिए किस तरीके से यहाँ पर पुख्ता इंतजामात है सिक्योरिटी के, और मीडिया के साथ भी अब धक्का मुक्की काफी हो रही है। दिल्ली पुलिस से धक्का मुक्की कर रही है। इनके साथ ये कहा गया है, बिल्कुल देखिए, और यहाँ पर जो दिल्ली पुलिस है वो यहाँ पर मीडिया को रोक रही है क्योंकि कोशिश यहाँ पर ये की जा रही है कि किसी भी तरीके से जो असम पुलिस मौजूद है D12 जो मकान नंबर है पवन खेड़ा का, वहां पर मीडिया को ना जाने दिया जाए। तो इस तरीके से मीडिया को यहाँ पर फिलहाल रोका जा रहा है। लेकिन जो खबर इस वक्त सबसे बड़ी रिपब्लिक भारत के दर्शक देख रहे हैं वो खबर यह है कि पवन खेड़ा के घर पर असम पुलिस की रेड हो रही है। 2 से 3 दिन पहले पवन खेड़ा ने एक बहुत बड़ी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की थी। कई दावे उन्होंने हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा, असम CM और उनकी पत्नी रिंकी भुइया शर्मा को लेकर किए थे और उन दावों को लेकर असम पुलिस पहुंची है अब पवन खेड़ा के आवास पर जो निजामुद्दीन ईस्ट में है। और अगर आप देखें तो इस गली में भारी एक तरीके देखिए मीडिया की घेराबंदी यहाँ पर की गई है। दिल्ली पुलिस के यहाँ पर जवान है, मैं सहयोगी मेरे उज्जवल दिखाएंगे कि ये जो आगे की तरफ आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर जो पुलिस की गाड़ी खड़ी हुई है वहां पर पवन खेड़ा का घर है। उज्जवल तस्वीरें दिखाते रहिए और ये तस्वीरें भी दिखाइए कि किस तरीके से दिल्ली पुलिस ने इस पूरी गली को जाम कर दिया गया है। और ये जाम इसलिए कि मीडिया यहाँ से आगे ना बढ़ पाए। मीडिया के साथ भी यहाँ पर काफी बदसलूकी यहाँ पर की गई है दिल्ली पुलिस की तरफ से। तो ये तस्वीर है पवन खेड़ा के घर के बाहर की, जहां पर इस समय पवन ये बिल्कुल देखिए, जो आरोप पवन खेड़ा ने लगाए थे वो आरोप अपने आप में गंभीर थे। 3 पासपोर्ट बाकायदा उन्होंने तस्वीर।
Well, in fact, these are the live images coming in from the national capital outside Pawan Khera's residence, where Delhi police is now assisting Assam police. The team questioning Pawan Khera following an FIR that has been registered by Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife Riniki, following some allegations that were levelled by Pawan Khera in a press conference that was done in Guwahati. Let me also bring in my colleague Anirudh, who's joining us on this broadcast. Anirudh, what is it that Pawan Khera had to say? What are the allegations that were basically levelled and the response that came in from the Chief Minister?
Pawan Khera has alleged that Rinki Sarma, the Chief Minister's wife, has got...
joining us. Anirudh, I'll just request you to stay on with us. I believe Sardar R.P. Singh of the BJP is joining us on this broadcast. Mr. R.P. Singh, charges that have been levelled here by Pawan Khera against Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife, Riniki. In fact, it now turns out that his wife has said that these are AI-generated images. Congress says that yet again, this is an attempt that is being made to muzzle their voice, and the fact that without even any investigation, you have the police reaching Pawan Khera's residence.
Well, it is for investigation that police has reached his residence. He has brought some document in public clear. So police would like to inquire into it, that what documents are they, and because as per Mrs. Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife, they are fabricated and they are all false documents. So they'll need to investigate that if he has the original documents or if he is just playing the game on the basis of the false document.
Mr. R.P. Singh, elections are round the corner and there are charges and counter charges. First, you had Himanta Biswa Sarma levelling charges against Gaurav Gogoi. Gaurav Gogoi had the same response. Gaurav Gogoi said that if at all there is evidence, why don't you arrest me?
Well, already the case is with the central agencies now, and it will take a due course. I mean, the investigation has been done at the state level. Now the points need to be joined. All the loose points, whether the connection of with Pakistan or other agencies, need to be joined together, and that's why the case is with the central agencies now. They are investigating it. I mean, and if Mr. Gogoi has anything against it, he can go to court or he can file a complaint against Mr. Himanta Biswa Sarma. But here, Mr. Pawan Khera has produced false, fabricated, AI-generated documents, probably from Pakistan, and on that basis, investigating now, and let him face investigation. Why is he running away? I've been told he is going to some safe haven. I mean, probably in Himachal or probably in Telangana.
Sardar R.P. Singh, one final question before I let you go. Was the time really appropriate? Because it seems it's all about politics right now in Assam. This is not about whether at all Gaurav Gogoi's wife has actually gone to Pakistan, or whether at all Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife holds multiple passports. It's all about politics right now.
I take strong objection to you saying that she holds 3 passports. Again, I reiterate, all are fabricated, AI generated, and that's why she has filed FIR. Mr. Gogoi had all the chance in last 1 year to go and file FIR, to go to Supreme Court, to stop the investigation which was being held by the state government and which has been forwarded to the central agencies now. So he had all the chances to revert that, but he didn't. It means that all those charges are true. Here, since they are on a fabricated documents, all the charges are on basis of the fabricated document, AI-generated document. That's why Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife has moved to the police and filed a FIR, and that's why police has come to him to investigate the matter. He should cooperate with the police and present the documents if he has the original documents.
Much Sardar RP Singh for joining us on this broadcast. Let me go across to my colleague Anirudh as well as Manav in a short while from now from Pawan Khera's residence. Anirudh, the charges that were levelled by Pawan Khera, he says Riniki holds multiple passports. Did he provide any evidence? Because Riniki says that these are AI-generated images.
Yes, Pawan Khera has alleged that Riniki Bhuya Sharma has got 3 passports. However, Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma addressed the press conference yesterday morning, and he brought out all the documents and presented it before the media, alleging that all these documents which were showed by Pawan Khera during the press conference were fake, and those were AI generated. Those were Photoshop from a Pakistani group in Facebook. There is a Pakistanis in Assam where one person reported a lost passport, and taking up that particular photograph, the Congress party allegedly photoshopped the image and morphed it to show it like it was a passport belonging to the chief minister's wife. And these allegations that were leveled by Pawan Khera were all refuted by the chief minister as well as his wife and the Bharatiya Janata Party, both in Delhi as well as in Assam. And a police complaint was also lodged by the chief minister's wife, Riniki Bhuya Sharma, against Pawan Khera and others. And taking cognizance of the FIR that has been lodged by the chief minister's wife, Assam police have swung into action. In a press conference day before yesterday, which was addressed by Pawan Khera, both in Delhi as well as in Guwahati, he has made this allegation. He also alleged that the chief minister's wife, Riniki Bhuya Sharma, has got property worth in thousands of crores in investment in the United States and also in Dubai. But when all those documents were cross-checked, particularly even during Pawan Khera's press conference, also when it was pointed out that the company that he was talking about on 5th of April was registered in the state of Wyoming only on 3rd of April, that is 2 days ahead of the press conference that was addressed by the Congress party. When this was pointed out to Pawan Khera, he also couldn't give a reply, and he dodged that question and said that he will get back to the media the next day. But yesterday, Pawan Khera also went back from Assam after the chief minister's press conference. So looking at all these developments, it clearly seems that the Congress party, losing its ground, had tried to, probably tried to take a political mileage out of this press conference, but as their last resort, AI-generated images and Photoshop was exposed by the Bharatiya Janata Party yesterday. The Pawan Khera went back to Delhi and is been seen taking cover. Sawan.
Anirudh, I'll request you to stay on with us. In a short while from now, I'm going to play out the response that came in from Riniki Bhuya last evening, where she essentially said that she not only rubbished the charges that were leveled against her, she also made a larger point, saying that if someone as powerful as Pawan Khera within the Congress system can actually make such baseless allegations, then it can actually happen to anyone within the Assam society. Now, that was what the Chief Minister's wife had to say. And she also went on to say that she's going to take this matter further by filing a criminal defamation case against Pawan Khera, and an FIR will be registered. It does appear that late last evening, Assam police has filed an FIR. We do not know the charges that have been leveled against Pawan Khera at this point in time, and whether at all he has now been made an accused in this case. But Pawan Khera, in a press conference that he did in Guwahati. He had made some allegations that Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife was holding multiple passports. In fact, he said 3 passports. You can see the pictures on your screens right now. First, I want to play the response that came in from Assam Chief Minister's wife, Riniki Bhuya Sharma.
The Court of Appeal have made some allegations against you. But what is the truth?
Mane, it seems that a mad dog has bitten them, and from the top rung of the Congress to the lowest rung, I believe that they don't have anything else to do except defaming people, and that too with AI generated and total photoshopping. And one more thing which they have done, they have set up playbook. Today I am the Chief Minister's wife. I am being able to fight, but the playbook which they have set it as what you can say as an example, because now everybody has an AI, everybody has an WhatsApp, and everybody can do anything. But when they have seen such nonsense can be done in it is an example set to the entire Assamese society by a very veteran party, and which is very shameful. And I think they have gone berserk. And the berserk doesn't mean that they set very wrong examples to the society as a whole. Now, today I'm a CM's wife, as I told, but if it's done to some mother, if it's done to some daughter, how will they fight? Except crying and except sulking and having all the... For last 2 years, they have been doing every little thing to defame me, my daughter, my son, which we are nowhere related to the politics. But I don't know what kind of sadistic pleasure, and this time they have went a step ahead. And the kind of allegations they are making, like if we check with an Indian Passport Act, and that is itself says that what kind of foolish things they have done. India doesn't allow any dual citizenship, and they are talking about 3, and I'm supposed, according to them, I'm supposed to be an Egyptian national, and they are talking about the golden visa. Now they are climbing down and they are talking about some nonsense which I am being replying them in the Twitter. But it is really disheartening and really sad that the politics that they are taking to the level, and that too with such people with such authority, and where they are supposed to lead India, they are fighting for such petty reasons which are actually demeaning for the society, and they are pulling down the society to the lowest category. And that is what they are looking. It's like a mad dog running anywhere.
Yeah, ma'am.
Well, shifting focus now to Manipur, where there has been yet another escalation. This time, a Kuki group has fired a rocket launcher in a village in Manipur, resulting in the loss of 2 lives. In fact, it seems that the situation has gone out of control in Moirang district, where we're given to understand there has been complete unrest. I'm going to take you through some of the details emerging from the investigation that has been carried out so far. I'm told that the Chief Minister has also reached the spot, taking stock of the situation. Now, this has been yet another escalation of hostilities in Manipur, where armed Kuki groups launched a long-range bomb at civilian areas. This was in Thronglaboy in Moirang at Bishnupur district, and the bomb basically exploded this morning. 2 children were critically injured and later succumbed to their injuries, as per the incident report that has now been filed. Now, it turns out that a long-range bomb drop that basically happened in Moirang, it is quite similar to what we had seen back in September 2024. Now, as tensions have basically escalated, Imphal-Churachandpur highway has also been blocked. Tires and even 3 oil tankers were basically burnt in Moirang. Kuki groups were seen evacuating Kuki civilians as hostilities have intensified in Manipur with the emergency shutdown that has been called in Moirang and Bishnupur. In fact, as we speak right now, Assam Manipur Chief Minister has reached the hospital, where several people have also been injured. On your screens, these are images that came in a short while back from Bishnupur and Moirang district, where tires have been burnt. There has been growing hostilities in the area. Kuki groups, in fact, have used a rocket launcher. In fact, we're trying to also find out more details as to where exactly did they procure the weapon from, but it's quite similar to what we had seen back in September 2024 when there was yet another escalation of the violence between Kuki and Meitei groups. We'll try and see if we can go across to my colleague Linthoy as well as Johnson, who's joining us on this broadcast. Linthoy, what's the situation like on the ground? How did they get their hands on a rocket launcher?
Yeah, Sawan. That rocket launcher was actually very similar with the rocket launcher that were used allegedly by Kuki militants during the peak violence while in Manipur. So actually this Trong Laubi is located near Galmol, P. Galmol, which is a Kuki dominated area. So between these, here is a paddy field and it is divided by only one small canal. So according to the forensic and the bomb squads, the rocket launcher was fitted on RCIED, and also a CRPF camp was situated. They are situated over here in the nearby school in P. Galmol. And the mother has undergone as operation in Rajmedi City, and she is now in ICU. And her name is Binita, and she has been working in as a nurse in Guwahati, and she came out for her daughter winning ceremony. So, and what happened is that. Their father, the father of the two deceased child, is a central security force working and posted in Bihar, and his name is Omangal. And she had come to Manipur for a religious ceremony for the younger one, for a weaning ceremony. But what happened is that tragically the two innocent child was killed yesterday. They lost their life, and here the public of the public of Trong Laubi, the irate public of Trong Laubi, are now storming into this CRPF, and the CRPF are now firing blank rounds of blank fire over here. So here stopped it.
Question before I let you go, what really happened this morning? Because we are seeing a sudden spike in violence taking place in these areas. Have the Kuki groups been armed yet again, and the target has been the Meitei communities?
Yeah, so this is the first time after so long, like they have been halted there's a brief lull. So after a brief lull, this is the first violence reported in the valley area, and they to be very, this is the first such incident reported in the valley area, while in the Ukrul and Kamzong districts, consecutively for 3 days, there have been Kuki militants have been firing towards the Naga villages over there. This is the report.
Request you to stay on with us. My colleague Johnson is also joining us on this broadcast. Johnson, you've visited those very places which have been attacked. What's the situation like on the ground right now? Have they been able to control the situation?
Yes, Sawan, right now, even the security forces is unable to control this, the public mob, I should say, the public mob is under control. It is not under control. And, after this, after the disposal, after the bomb, after this RCID have been diffused, the tense public, they have, they are storming right now at the Central Security Forces CRPF, CRPF post, which is just near the
problem with your audio line. Johnson, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We seem to be having some problem with your audio and video line. We'll try and fix that. It's a top story of the day. We'll be tracking this very closely. That's all that we could pack in this edition of Live Report. On the other side of this commercial break, we'll get you the latest coming in from the national capital, where Assam police has reached the residence of Congress leader Pawan Khera.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। मसाला।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिप MTH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts.
Breaking up Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in here on India's #1 news network, Republic TV. Now, one more big warning coming in from US President Trump, saying that he can take Iran out in one night and completely demolish its infrastructure. All this and much more coming right up, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Top headlines that we are tracking right now. Manipur remains tense after protesters burn tires on highways following the killing of 2 children as fighting resumes. Assam police reaches Pawan Khera's residence to question him after Himanta's wife files FIR against a Congress leader. 90 lakh deletions in West Bengal elector list, including 27 lakh deletions after adjudication. 9-judge top court bench begins hearing pleas seeking review of the 2018 top court judgment on the Sabarimala entry case. India's Campbell Wilson resigns as CEO 1 year short of his tenure completion in 2027. Airline yet to issue an official statement. Reports suggest that new Supreme. Getting to these updates coming in. And reports coming in of new Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khomeini is unconscious and is receiving treatment in the Iranian city of Qom. And Trump says Iran could be taken out in one night as Tuesday deadline looms. Getting you some updates coming in here on Republic TV. Let's start with the top updates we're getting for our viewers. Assam police has just reached Pawan Khera's residence. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. We'll tell you a little bit more about this development, which we are tracking very, very closely. As for the latest, these are pictures coming in. The Assam cops, I repeat, the Assam cops will be now questioning Pawan Khera next. Pawan Khera next. So this is what we see right now, viewers on Republic TV. Let's tell you exactly what has been happening. Now, ahead of the upcoming state assembly elections, Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma has launched a scathing attack on the Congress, making a series of remarks. And this is coming in as we keep getting you more updates. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague, Harsh, joining us. Harsh, what is the latest happening? What could be the line of questioning here? Harsh.
Right, Shivangi. In fact, this is a big political development 2 days prior to the elections that are bound in Assam. Now, we are standing right in front of Pawan Khera's house here in New Delhi. Now, joint teams of Delhi police as well as Assam police have reached at Pawan Khera's residence over his remarks during a press conference in Assam where he linked several passports with Hemanta Biswa Sharma's wife, calling it out just ahead of elections. Now remember, Pawan Khera is a senior Congress leader, also a party spokesperson. Now Hemanta Biswa Sharma, in fact, on the other hand, has countered these claims. He has called these use of fraudulent documents, and he has claimed that an FIR has been filed by both him as well as his wife, Riniki Sharma, and this is exactly why the teams of Assam police and Delhi police are here at the spot here at the residence of Pawan Khera in New Delhi. Now, Hemanta Biswa Sharma has also said that these details, these passports are available on social media and are originally posted by Pakistani social media groups, and these passports are downloaded by these social media posts and Congress has in fact fabricated and photoshopped these passports to use it against Hemanta Biswa Sharma and his wife. He has also claimed that this can be easily fact-checked by just Google reversing these images, and he has clearly called it out, a use of fraudulent documents just 2 days prior to the election that is scheduled in Assam.
Right. Okay. So, you know, what we see is that there are sharp exchanges, legal actions which will be taken, serious claims, adding to the tensions ahead of the crucial polls. And we see that these claims have been made. However, from Hemanta Biswa Sarma's side, he is claiming that those passports which were shown in the press conference were AI generated, Harsha. So this is the big update coming in. Getting some more breaking news. Getting some more breaking news coming in on Republic TV. Let's go ahead. Okay, so Assam police begin questioning Pawan Khera. So just staying with Harsh. Yeah, so the Assam cops are going ahead recording Pawan Khera's statement, and like we were telling our viewers, this is a team of Assam police reaching the residence of Congress leader Pawan Khera in connection with his remarks against Hemanta Biswa Sarma. Our team has arrived. It's being assisted by Delhi police.
आपने तो खुद ही माहौल देखा, जीतने वाला नहीं है, इस बार नहीं जीत पाएगा।
सर, जो कांग्रेस ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करी पवन खेरा जी ने स्पेसिफिकली, उनको आप क्या?
वो भाग गया ना अभी। कल सुबह 6 बजे ही वो गुवाहाटी से भाग गया। अभी दिल्ली में हमारा लोग, मैं अखबार से मुझे पता चला है दिल्ली में पुलिस गया है तो हैदराबाद तक भाग गया।
क्या किया सर ऐसा? आपने कहा मेरे पास सब प्लान है, क्या प्लान है? आपने कहा कि
प्लान का मतलब नहीं, कानून अपना हिसाब से काम करेगा ना।
सर आपने स्पेसिफिकली यूज किया था कि मैं कौन,
वो तो चुनाव का बात।
Okay, we're trying to get a reaction there, and this is a reaction we're trying to get first on Republic TV of Hemant Biswa Sarma on this development that we are tracking. So as we keep getting you more updates, we see the Assam police recording the statement of Pawan Khera. So that is a simultaneous development which is coming in. Now, Hemant Biswa Sarma and his wife have filed a police complaint over what they're calling false allegations. So already Hemant Biswa Sarma has said that if FIR has been filed, and they're saying that the police will register the case in the appropriate section of law and take necessary action. He also alleged that material used in the recent Congress press conferences was sourced from Pakistani social media groups. So that is also what my colleague Harsh was saying. So Sarma had said that, that there's Pakistan's link to the press conference, and that has become very, very apparent. Let's go back to Harsh. Harsh, yes, go ahead. Go ahead. What's the latest coming in? The questioning has begun. Go ahead.
Yes, Shivangi, in fact, this is a fresh development from here in New Delhi that Assam police has in fact started questioning Pawan Khera, the senior Congress leader, who is also the party spokesperson, over his alleged charges of Hemant Biswa Sharma's wife holding multiple international passports despite holding an Indian citizenship. However, on a contrast, Hemant Biswa Sharma has maintained that all of these allegations are just use of fraudulent documents, and these pictures are AI generated and are originally fetched by some Pakistani social media groups, and this can be easily fact-checked by just Google reversing these images. Now, the line of questioning, in fact, here, as far as the official sources have confirmed, has in fact told us, if they are to be believed, the line of question is regarding that what more proofs can Pawan Khera present in this regard to prove his point that he put up earlier in the press conference that he held in Assam. Now this becomes very significant because Assam is bound for polls just 2 days later. Assam is bound for polls on April 9th, and this is a big political development happening here in Delhi, where teams of Assam police and Delhi police are holding a joint operation at Pawan Khera's residence here in New Delhi.
Right. Okay. What has Pawan Khera said about this? You know, we also would like a reaction coming in from the Congress. What is the Congress saying about these developments?
Shivangi, as far as the information we have received so far, there is no official comment made by Pawan Khera in this regard. Assam police or Delhi police, the teams of Assam police or Delhi police reaching at his residence. There is no official response at this hour by Pawan Khera. However, this is a fresh development where we earlier got an input that the team of Assam police arrived at the Nizamuddin police station, where they joined an operation with the Delhi police, and now they have finally arrived here in Nizamuddin at the residence of Pawan Khera, and they have in fact begun questioning Pawan Khera in this regard.
All right, Harsh getting us all those updates coming in outside Khera's home. Yes, Harsh, coming back to you. So let's talk a little bit more about what's happening. If you could just show the visuals, behind you. We understand it's raining there. Just show the visuals. You're outside Pawan Khera's home. How many members of the Assam police who are being assisted by Delhi police are there?
Well, right, Shivangi. You know, there is heavy police deployment here. Let me just walk our viewers through. We are just a few meters away from the residence of Pawan Khera. You could see there is heavy police deployment. Now, this is a joint operation that is being carried out by the teams of Delhi police and Assam police just ahead of elections in Assam. Now, this is a big joint operation because we earlier fetched that earlier this morning, Assam police reached Nizamuddin police station where they joined an operation with the corps of Delhi police, and now they have in fact started questioning Pawan Khera in this regard, that what more proofs can he present regarding his claims, where he has earlier claimed that Hemant Biswa Sharma's wife, Riniki Sharma, is occupying multiple international passports. However, Hemant Biswa Sharma himself has completely quashed these allegations, calling it a use of fraudulent documents. He has also maintained that an FIR has been filed not just by him but also his wife, and this is exactly why the teams of Assam and Delhi police have now in fact arrived at Pawan Khera's Nizamuddin residence in the national capital city. Now, these are the fresh developments we are fetching from ground zero, where the joint teams of Delhi and Assam police are in fact questioning Pawan Khera in this regard, that what more proofs can he fetch in this regard.
All right, just sticking with these pictures which are coming in. So our colleague Harsh is getting us all these pictures. These are live pictures, just telling you what is happening. If you're watching us right now, this is a team of Assam police reaching the residence of Congress leader Pawan Khera in the national capital in connection with his remarks and the allegations that he has made. A team has arrived. That Assam police team is being assisted by Delhi police. We are seeing that these updates are coming in on Republic TV. And this is coming just just days after Khera held a press conference raising questions about passports and foreign assets linked to the CM's wife. So the Assam police is questioning Khera in connection with those remarks. That is happening as we speak. I want to go back to my colleague who is getting us all those updates. Let's go back to you. Okay, so this is the timing of Khera's remarks and allegations have to be looked at very closely, Harsh, because Assam is going to polls in just 2 days. April 9th is the date, and we see the police action is underway. It's a big flashpoint coming ahead of the elections.
Now, in fact, Shivangi, we have fetched a big breaking news for our viewers that this is a big breaking news that we are fetching for our viewers, that Congress sources have in fact said that Pawan Khera is currently not at his residence in Delhi. He is out of Delhi. However, what we see here outside his house in Nizamuddin, there is heavy deployment of police forces, not just by the Assam police, but this is a joint operation that is being carried out by the teams of Assam police and Delhi police. However, Congress sources have maintained that Pawan Khera is currently out of Delhi and he is not in Delhi at this hour, but this is a big joint operation that is being carried out here at Pawan Khera's residence in Nizamuddin.
All right, we're getting these updates coming in. Let's tell you exactly what is happening. So joint Delhi and Assam police searches at Pawan Khera's residence. Searches are happening after FIR was filed against Pawan Khera over allegations. But sources are saying Pawan Khera is not at his residence. So this is the big breaking news. Pawan Khera not found at home during those searches. Okay, live pictures coming from outside Khera's home. Yes, Harsh, coming back to you. Big breaking news that we are tracking for our viewers. Pawan Khera is not at his residence. This is source-based information coming in. Yes, Harsh, go ahead.
Well, right, Shivangi, this information is not yet confirmed. However, top Congress sources have maintained that Pawan Khera is not currently at his residence in Delhi, and in fact he is out of Delhi. Now this press conference where Pawan Khera made the serious allegations on Hemant Biswa Sharma's wife of her holding multiple passports of different countries around the world was in fact made during a press conference that was held in Assam and not in Delhi. Now this is a big breaking news that we are fetching for our viewers, that Congress sources have maintained, if the information is to be believed that is fetched by these Congress sources, Pawan Khera is currently out of Delhi and he is in fact not here to join the operation that is now being carried out by the teams of Delhi and Assam police in Nizamuddin.
All right, staying on with these pictures which are coming in, let's stay with these pictures from Pawan Khera's residence. Now, the Congress has raised these questions in that press conference. A question how multiple passports could be held That were some of the questions which the Congress had raised. Also, coming back to you, Harsh, because we have seen that CM's wife, Riniki Bhuyan Sarma, has now rejected the allegations, questioning the claims about multiple passports and foreign assets. She's saying that these allegations by Khera are fabricated and digitally altered material was being used for defamation.
Shivangi, it is important for our viewers to understand that out of all the passports that is being alleged by Pawan Khera that Riniki Sharma in fact holds with her, there are two passports belonging to Egyptian and UAE nationality. However, Hemant Biswa Sharma and his wife Riniki Sharma both have filed an FIR in this regard with the Assam police, where Hemant Biswa Sharma in fact also held a press conference earlier where he called these allegations a use of fraudulent documents. He in fact said that the Congress leader has fetched these pictures by Pakistani social media groups, and these were the pictures that were originally posted by these Pakistani social media handles, and in fact they have morphed these images, they have photoshopped these images, and they have now in fact presented it as to be the passports that are with Hemant Biswa Sharma's wife. And this is the big breaking news that we are fetching for our viewers, that there is a joint operation going on here in New Delhi with the teams of Delhi police as well as Assam police joining the operation here at Nizamuddin at Pawan Khera's residence. However, top Congress sources have maintained that Pawan Khera is currently not in Delhi. He is in fact out of Delhi. However, the big breaking news we have with us is that there is a big joint operation that is being carried out at Pawan Khera's Nizamuddin residence here in New Delhi.
Okay, left and right hand side. Left, live pictures from Khera's Delhi home. Right hand side, live pictures of Hemanta in Assam. Remember that just 2 days left for the Assam polls. Election Commission has announced that the silence period for Assam assembly elections has already begun. So that is also something to look out for. We are getting a statement of Hemanta Biswa Sarma. Let's go ahead and play out that statement.
इस तरह से उत्साह जो है कैसे देखते हैं
हम आराम से 100 सीट जीतने वाला है।
सर, ये जो एरिया है जिस तरीके से अखिल गोगोई लगातार कमेंट कर रहे हैं, गौरव गोगोई एक तरफ अटैक हो रहा है, उसको कैसे आप
दोनों चुनाव हार जाएगा इस बार।
अच्छा,
आपने तो खुद ही माहौल देखा, जीतने वाला नहीं है, इस बार नहीं जीत पाएगा।
सर, जो कांग्रेस ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करी पवन खेरा जी ने स्पेसिफिकली, उनको आप क्या?
वो भाग गया ना अभी, कल सुबह 6 बजे ही वो गुवाहाटी से भाग गया। अभी दिल्ली में हमारा लोग, मैं अखबार से मुझे पता चला है, दिल्ली में पुलिस गया है तो हैदराबाद तक भाग गया।
क्या किया सर ऐसा? आपने कहा मेरे पास सब प्लान है, क्या प्लान है? आपने कहा कि
प्लान का मतलब नहीं, कानून अपना हिसाब से काम करेगा ना।
सर, आपने स्पेसिफिकली यूज किया था कि मैं कौन खेल,
वो तो चुनाव का बात।
Okay, so we heard a statement coming in there from Hemanta Biswa Sarma, and coming back to you, Harsh, on what Hemanta Biswa Sarma has said. He has filed a police complaint over what he calls these false allegations, and he has alleged that the material used in the recent Congress press conference was sourced from Pakistani social media groups. This is what he has said, that it was sourced from Pakistani social media groups. We were talking about this earlier. Just if you could expand that for our viewers.
Well, right, Shivangi, this in fact comes at a very crucial political hour when Assam is bound for polls on April 9. This is just 2 days ahead of Assam elections. The Assam Vidhan Sabha elections are in fact just 2 days ahead from the time when this is happening. Now, this is a big political development. This is a high-profile investigation that is being carried out by the teams of Assam Police and Delhi Police, where multiple teams of both the forces are present at Pawan Khera's Delhi residence.
Yes, go ahead, Harsh.
Passports that belong to her. However, on the contrast, Chief Minister Hemant Biswa Sharma himself has held a press conference earlier where he called these allegations a fraudulent use of documents where he said that these documents, in fact, are fetched by some Pakistani social media groups, and Congress has morphed these images. They have used some kind of AI tools, or they have photoshopped these images, and they have linked it to his wife, Renika Sharma. However, they have also filed, both Hemant Biswa Sharma and his wife have filed a first information report in this regard at Guwahati earlier. Now, this is exactly why the teams of Assam police have in fact reached at the residence of Pawan Khera's Delhi home, where they are also joined by the teams of Delhi police. They earlier arrived at the Nizamuddin police station this morning, where they joined an operation, and now both Delhi police and Assam police are carrying out an intensive raid at Pawan Khera's residence. However, top Congress sources have maintained that Pawan Khera is currently not in town. He is in fact out of the national capital city, and he is not here at his Delhi residence.
Yes. Absolutely. Okay, Harsh is getting us all these live updates coming in. So joint Delhi and Assam police searches are underway as we speak, and also getting you all these updates coming in here from Republic TV. Now, just also telling you that according to sources, Pawan Khera is not at his Delhi residence. So Pawan Khera not found at home during the searches. So even though we see the police teams are at Pawan Khera's residence, according to sources, Pawan Khera is not at his residence right now as we speak. Just going back to Harsh on the Harsh, of course, this is source-based information coming in that Pawan Khera is not at his residence. However, do we know who is around his residence now? Have you seen any leaders come by? Or is there anybody else available at his residence? Have you seen any movement lately in the last few hours, perhaps?
Right, Shivangi. In fact, this is a very new development. This is a very fresh development that we are fetching for our viewers, and there is no official remark in this regard, and no senior Congress leaders have in fact commented on this matter, at least at this hour. However, top Congress sources have revealed, they have in fact told Republic that Pawan Khera is currently not in Delhi. He is not at his Delhi residence, where these raids are being carried out by the joint teams of Assam and Delhi police. However, we can see what we see here on the ground is heavy police deployment, where both the teams of Assam and Delhi police are present at the spot. But top Congress sources maintaining that Pawan Khera is out of the national capital city. He's in fact not at his...
Thank you. Yes, Harsh, thank you so much. Keep getting us live updates from outside Pawan Khera's residence. Joint Delhi and Assam police searches are underway. We'll be right back, viewers. Do not go anywhere. This is a breaking and a developing story we're tracking here. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundancy.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. The top focus in this bulletin will definitely be the West Asian conflict, but we'll also bring you the top national and international breaking news developments. One of the top focus will also be the searches that are ongoing by Assam police at Congress leader Pawan Khera's residence. Now, this is a joint operation by Assam police and Delhi police. We'll get you all the latest updates of this and also other latest breaking news developments. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Manipur remains tense after protesters burn tires on highways following the killing of 2 little children as fighting resumes. Assam police reaches Pawan Khera's residence to question him after Himanta's wife files FIR against the Congress leader. 90 lakh deletions in West Bengal elector list, including 27 lakh deletions after adjudication. 9-judge top court bench begins hearing pleas seeking review of the 2018 top court judgment on the Sabarimala entry case. Air India's Campbell Wilson resigns as CEO 1 year short of his tenure completion in 2027. Airline is yet to issue an official statement on that. Reports suggest that new Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei is unconscious and is receiving treatment in Iranian city of Qom. And also Donald Trump says Iran could be taken out in one night as Tuesday deadline looms. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story. Now, around 90 lakh deletions in West Bengal elector list, which includes 63 lakh deletions from the final rule, which was published on 28 February, and another approximately 27 lakh deletions after adjudication. Now, only the cases which have been cleared by judicial officials of adjudication and added in elector list will be included for voting list. Now, the one cases going in appellate tribunal will not be included in voter list in this election. They might be cleared for next election. Now, roughly 45% deletion and 55% included in electoral list from adjudication list. Tribunal till now has heard 3 to 4 cases who approached Supreme Court for urgent hearing. Now, one Congress candidate already cleared for nomination till now, software for tribunal hearing is not yet made. Now, as early as possible, tribunal will hear cases whose docs were not verified. It's the prerogative of tribunal whether to listen to this, whether to hear this. Around 90 lakh deletions in West Bengal voter list. Very big development in electoral list, which includes 63 lakh deletions from the final roll, which was published on 28th February, and another approximately 27 lakh deletions after adjudication. All right, my colleague Harsha is live with me for more details on this story. Harsha, around 90 lakh deletions in West Bengal electoral list. Give us more details.
Yes, you rightly pointed out, and the original figures of the final electoral list will be published soon only. But we very well know that the final list was already published on 28th of February after the SIR process got completed. In that list, what we saw was that 63 lakh were deleted in the final electoral roll, but 60 lakhs were under adjudication. Now, after adjudication, disposal of the electoral list, now what we have got to know is that 55% have been included in the final electoral roll and 45% has been deleted. If we count this 45% of the 60 lakh adjudication, it amounts to 27 lakh. So right now what we know so far from the Election Commission sources, there was an off-cam briefing yesterday with the CEO West Bengal, and he clearly stated that till now almost 91 lakh voters have been deleted from the voter list of the West Bengal. That means this is the percentage, and these are the electors who will not be voting in this election. We very well know that 63 lakh in any ways are not going to vote after this election as well, not in any panchayat, not in Lok Sabha election, because those 63 lakh are the ones who are dead, who have migrated from West Bengal, who were the illegal immigrants. They were deleted. The 63 lakh is that number. But now we are speaking about more 27 lakh. Now in this 27 lakh Shivam voters, in a layman language for all our viewers to understand, this 27 lakh are going towards appellate tribunal. Now, the Supreme Court has clearly stated that if their name is deleted, they can go to the tribunal for the case, for the hearing. It is the prerogative of the tribunal whether the tribunal wants the existing data and document or any addition document of these people will be needing, because their name have been deleted. But the cases which tribunal will hear, that will amount to addition of this voter if it happens for the next election. That means next West Bengal Assembly election, not this election. And that is the reason, Shivam, why the formation of tribunal is taking a lot of time, why the software yet has not been made, why it is being stated that the major number of voters have been deleted from the Malda and Murshidabad, which are approximately more than 3 lakh and 4 lakh. If we talk about Cooch Behar, it is amounting to almost 4 lakh. If we talk about the central Calcutta and the other regions, they are approximately 2 lakh voters in the major areas. So what we know, we have the figures of the number of voters who have been deleted from the West Bengal elector list. Mamata Banerjee was already alleging that after the SIR process and when the final list will be out, almost 1.5 crore voters will be out of the process of the elector. But the reality right now here is these 90 to 91 lakh voters are those who don't have proper document. They are not the resident of West Bengal. They are either the illegal immigrants or were staying here without proper Aadhaar card and voter ID card. And also there are many who were dead, but still votes were being cast on their Aadhaar card. So all of them have been deleted after the final process, after the disposal from the adjudication process, for which the judicial officers were appointed. So right now the biggest news here is that in the 7 crore, which is the population of West Bengal, the elector list of West Bengal, almost 7 crore 4 lakh something were in the final list. More 90 lakhs have been deleted. The 90 lakh is the overall data. The 90 lakh will not be allowed to vote in this election in West Bengal. 90 lakh are the voters which have been completely deleted from the final list. Back to you.
Yeah, definitely. Around 90 lakh people, and now 90 lakh is a very big figure. Now, there was also a deadline set by the Supreme Court. If you can reflect upon that and share the details of that. Now, this time, the names of those who have been deleted or those who are under the process of education, they won't be able to vote this time. But for the next time, will there be any possibility?
Shivam, it all depends on the documents. If they go to the tribunal and tribunal is satisfied with the documents the deleted voters have presented, then they will be added to the list. However, they will not be allowed to vote this time, but they will be added to the list of the elector of West Bengal. But if any addition document is required, then the voter have to give addition document. It is highly unlikely, Shivam, that the people who will go towards tribunal, they are likely to be added, because almost 15 documents were asked to be submitted during the adjudication process also. The voters who have been added in the adjudication process, those are still be considered as the voters of West Bengal, but the ones who are going in tribunal, it's highly unlikely that how will they present themselves as the voter of West Bengal if they don't have the proper valid document, if they don't have voter ID card, if they don't have the name in the Vanshavali, if they don't have the birth certificate, if they are unable to showcase the data of their parents in West Bengal before 2016 also, how they are highly unlikely to be added in the voter list. But that tribunal will decide. It's a long process. It's a long and lengthy process. It's going to take some time.
Yeah. Stay with us, Harsha. We have another big breaking news development that we are fetching right now as we speak. CEC orders DGP and CP Kolkata to identify at least 10 troublemongers, rowdies in the areas and district and take them into custody to prevent any pre-poll and post-poll violence during elections. The top sources in West Bengal Commissionerate reveals the list of VIP rowdies can be more than 10 also, but police has started preparing list to prevent violence after the CEC order. So this is a CEC order. This is a CEC crackdown ahead of polls in West Bengal. All right, viewers, we are going to this breaking development. We'll show you live visuals.
Where he has been अभी पता नहीं है वो कहाँ है, but I will trace him out. सर आप लोग अभी रहेंगे आप लोगों ने ये आप देख सकते हैं आप कमल कहना है कि कुछ फाइट हुई आपकी.
These are the police officers outside Pawan Khera's residence, and they went there to conduct searches. Not just Assam police, but also Delhi police. It was a joint operation by both of them. Searches were being conducted, but Pawan Khera was not there. All right, I have Harsh with me for more details. Harsh, if you can give us the latest on what's exactly happening outside the residence. Have searches concluded or they are still ongoing?
Well, right, Shivam, this is in fact a big operation that is being carried out. Well, right, Shivam, this is in fact a big operation that was carried out at the residence of Pawan Khera. Now, the teams have come out of his residence. However, let me tell our viewers that Congress sources have maintained that Pawan Khera is currently not in Delhi. The officials have denied to comment at this hour on this matter. However, this is a fresh development that is happening here in the national capital city, where this is also the last day of election campaigning in Assam. This comes as a big political development 2 days prior to the election that is scheduled in Assam on April 9th. Now this is a big development that we are fetching for our viewers, that the teams of Delhi and Assam police have come out of Pawan Khera's residence in Nizamuddin. However, there were no official comments made in this regard at this hour, but this is a big operation that is being carried out by the joint teams of Assam and Delhi police, where there is heavy police deployment outside Pawan Khera's Nizamuddin residence. This comes as a big political development also because of the fact that Assam is bound for Vidhan Sabha polls just 2 days later. This is the last day of election campaigning in Assam, and this comes as a big development where senior Congress leader, in fact the party spokesperson's house in New Delhi is being raided, is in fact being inspected by the joint teams of Assam and Delhi police. However, top Congress sources have continued to maintain that Pawan Khera is currently not in the national capital city and he's out of his Delhi residence. He is not present here. But this is the big breaking news that we are fetching for our viewers, that a big joint operation is being carried out at Pawan Khera's residence in Delhi.
Yeah, definitely. These are the live visuals. So this means that the searches are still ongoing. There was a reaction by the police. How long do you think the searches are going to continue?
Shivam, this is a developing story. A lot can be seen happening here. Outside Pawan Khera's residence, there is heavy police deployment where teams of both Assam and Delhi police are present here. Now this in fact is the very house of Pawan.
वापस जा रहे हैं आप लोग अभी रहेंगे
पुलिस के लोगों पर आए बात करने के बाद पूरी तरीके से क्या बोला कौन है क्या बोला
A question which was posed by a journalist, asked by a journalist, whether will you be staying or the work is complete, the work is done. There was no response to that. So the searches as we speak continues, and it's a developing story, ongoing story. We're getting you live visuals also and the details. Our correspondent Harsh is on the ground fetching us more details. But this after Pawan Khera leveled serious allegations against the wife of CM Himanta Biswa Sarma of holding 3 passports, multiple passports. All right, Harsh is live with us. Harsh, if you can get us the live details of what's unfolding at that location, live visuals and what's happening right now.
Right, Shivam, this in fact right behind us is the residence of senior Congress leader Pawan Khera, who is also the party spokesperson. We earlier showed our viewers that there is heavy police deployment here outside Pawan Khera's Nizamuddin residence. However, top Congress sources have maintained that Pawan Khera is currently out of Delhi. He is not in the town. But this is a big political development also because of the fact that Assam is bound for elections 2 days later, and this is the last day of election campaigning in Assam, and this comes as a big political development here in the national capital city, where joint teams of Assam and Delhi police are carrying out raids, are carrying out inspections at Pawan Khera's official residence in Nizamuddin, where however, top Congress sources are continuing to maintain that he is not at his residence at this hour.
Yeah, there's also a reaction that has come from Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. He said that yesterday he ran away from Guwahati, and now I'm coming to know from my sources that he has run away from his residence in Delhi, but he has run away to Hyderabad. Any reaction that has come, that you have fetched, any reaction from the political leaders, Congress party, apart from this?
Shivam, remember this is a very big development. However, this is a developing story at this hour.
Okay.
There is no big reaction coming from any senior Congress party leader at this hour. But what we are fetching is that Congress has said that Pawan Khera is currently out of Delhi. But Hemant Biswa Sharma have completely quashed the serious allegations that were put up on him and his wife, where he has said that all of these images are downloaded and are provided to Congress leader Pawan Khera by some Pakistani social media groups, and they have in fact fabricated and photoshopped these images to use it against him and his wife. And two separate FIRs were also filed in this regard, where Hemant Biswa Sharma as well as his wife went to the Guwahati police, and they have in fact filed an FIR in this regard. And now here in the national capital city, there is this joint operation going on with the teams of Delhi and Assam police joining hands to investigate in this matter, to in fact question Pawan Khera in this regard, that what more proofs can he present about his serious allegations that comes just days prior to the Vidhan Sabha elections, Vidhan Sabha polls that are bound in Assam on April 9.
Okay, definitely we'll keep focusing on that story. Stay with us, Harsh. We'll get another big breaking news development that we are fetching. The reaction of Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, in a short while. A reaction by Assam Chief Minister, and he said that Pawan Khera, he ran away from Guwahati yesterday, and I have come to know through the media that the police have gone to his residence in Delhi, but he has run away to Hyderabad. Now the law will take its own course. There's a reaction, there's a bite of Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma also in this regard, and he has clearly mentioned that Pawan Khera yesterday ran away from Guwahati, now he has run away from Delhi to Hyderabad. Let's listen in to what exactly Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma said.
तरह से उत्साह जो है कैसे देखते हैं आप?
हम आराम से 100 सीट जीतने वाला है।
सर ये जो एरिया है जिस तरीके से अखिल गोगोई लगातार कमेंट कर रहे हैं, गौरव गोगोई एक तरफ अटैक हो रहा है, उसको कैसे आप?
दोनों चुनाव हार जाएगा इस बार।
अच्छा,
आपने तो खुद ही माहौल देखा।
हाँ।
जीतने वाला नहीं है, इस बार नहीं जीत पाएगा।
सर जो कांग्रेस ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करी पवन खेड़ा जी ने स्पेसिफिकली, उनको आप क्या?
वो भाग गया ना अभी।
हाँ।
कल सुबह 6 बजे ही वो गुवाहाटी से भाग गया।
हाँ।
अभी दिल्ली में हमारा लोग, मैं अखबार से मुझे पता चला है, दिल्ली में पुलिस गया है तो हैदराबाद तक भाग गया।
क्या किया सर ऐसा? आपने कहा मेरे पास सब प्लान है, क्या प्लान है? आपने कहा कि
प्लान का मतलब नहीं, कानून अपना हिसाब से काम करेगा ना।
सर आपने स्पेसिफिकली यूज किया था कि मैं कौन खेड़ा,
वो तो चुनाव का बात।
All right, so this is Assam Chief Minister Hemant Biswa Sarma saying that the law will take its own course and that Pawan Khera ran from Guwahati, now he's running from Delhi and he has run to Hyderabad. Okay, I have Harsh with me, continues to be live with me. Harsh, the reaction that we have fetched from Assam Chief Minister Hemant Biswa Sarma, and also he highlighted the anomalies, the mistakes in the images which have been circulated. He clearly mentions that the image which has been used in the images which has been broadcasted by the social media platform of Pakistan, that's the source he alleges, the images used for the passport are publicly available images and not something like which you commonly see in the biometric images which are used commonly.
Right, Shivam. In this regard, in fact, Hemant Biswa Sharma is being seen very confident. He has come up with his statement where he has called it a use of fraudulent documents by top Congress leader Pawan Khera, in fact, who is also the party spokesperson. He has said that these images are originally posted by some Pakistani social media groups. Pakistani social media groups are in fact the source of these images that Congress have gathered and is now fabricating these images. They have photoshopped these images, they have used some kind of AI tools and they have fabricated it in a way that they are now claiming it to be the passports that belong to Hemant Biswa Sharma's wife. However, Hemant Biswa Sharma has also maintained during his press conference that 2 separate FIRs have been filed by him as well as his wife in this regard with Guwahati police. Now let me also remind our viewers that this press conference of Pawan Khera, where he made these serious allegations on Hemant Biswa Sharma and his wife, was not conducted in Delhi, but this was the press conference that was held in Guwahati. This comes just 2 days ahead of elections that are coming next in Assam. Vidhan Sabha polls are up next in Assam. This is in fact the last day of election campaigning in Assam, and this comes as a fresh and big development where Hemant Biswa Sharma has now in fact also said, he has in fact alleged that he has fetched from some of his sources that Pawan Khera might have now left from Delhi and he might be in Hyderabad. This is the big breaking news that we are fetching for our viewers in this regard.
Definitely, Harsh. Thanks a lot for the details in this story.